Going on. Good morning. Welcome to the Special Committee on Housing. Um, we have a full day of presentations today, and these are some that I put together from my contacts. I think they're going to be very informative and helpful. And um, for planning purposes, I just want to let the committee know that we're planning on another full day of presentations on April 14th. So to mark your calendars for that, that's 2 weeks from today. Representative Gibbs. Okay. Thank you for letting me know. Okay. Thank you. All right. So we'll stand by. I'll try to book it for another weekend. Thank you for letting me know ahead of time. Yep. I would love for not half the committee to miss the presentation. So you're welcome. Okay. If there isn't anything else, I want to welcome up the Mercatus Institute from George Mason University. Charles Gardner, Salim Firth, thank you for coming. I know we've been in contact for a couple years regarding solutions to the housing crisis in New Hampshire, but I think you guys can give us a great overview of what's going on in other states and some of the potential things that we can be doing up here in New Hampshire. So thank you for coming.
Boom, there we go. Really pleased to be here. Mr. Chairman and representatives, thank you so much for your time. I'm impressed that you're going to spend the whole day, longer than us, talking about these things. So please be part of that. We'll try to be useful to you. Feel free to jump in anywhere, raise questions, push back on us if we've gotten something wrong about New Hampshire. We want this to be a two-way conversation. And we're just going to begin by introducing ourselves. So we are both scholars at the Mercatus Center at George Mason University. Mercatus is a university-based research center. We are nonpartisan, nonprofit. We do not lobby, and we work with legislators such as yourselves in not all 50 states, but a lot of states. We work with federal policymakers and locals, as well as other academics and people interested in housing issues. Mercatus covers a range of issues beyond urban economics and housing. So we've got colleagues who are working on drone policy, monetary policy, lots of different kind of niche areas, I would say, within economics broadly. My name is Salim Firth, so I'm one of the directors of the Urbanity Project, which is the Urban Economics and Housing group at Mercatus, and I've been there since 2018. I got my PhD at the University of Rochester and got to retrain as an urban economist, which is a lot more fun than being a macroeconomist. I'll let Charlie introduce himself, and then we'll jump right into presentations.
Good morning, Chairman and representatives. Again, thank you also for having us here this morning. My name is Charlie Gardner. I'm a research fellow with Mercatus. My background is as an attorney in private practice until joining Mercatus just a little earlier this year. But I got my undergraduate degree actually from Dartmouth College just up the road, so it's nice to be back in New Hampshire after some time. And look forward to presenting some information to you and hopefully taking any questions that you may have. So thank you again.
So we've given you a folder, and I hope you get to read this. Just some references that we'll have to stuff in the folder while we're talking, and then it's going to be more reading for later. So aside from our bios, I put together a little some basic stats on New Hampshire and some policies that we're looking at in other states. I'll talk about that handout a little bit. There's testimony that I gave, just written testimony on HB 44 2 months ago. On the right-hand side of the folder is the housing reform of the state's menu of options. These are policies. They're not relevant to every single state, but things that we thought were broadly relevant to state legislatures coming into this legislative session, and policy ideas that we've seen work or that we would like to see a state really try. And then my colleague Emily Hamilton and one of our research assistants just published a New Hampshire case study on accessory dwelling units and kind of looked at a 2017 law that is fairly weak but requires towns to allow accessory dwelling units. There's lots of regulations that towns can have, but what she found was that there's actually quite a substantial rate of permitting given the level of the stringencies that the law allows. So just going into like some of the stats first. Obviously you guys are here because prices and rents are rising in the state, and just to sort of satisfy all of us, make sure we're all on the same page. Put together just a graph of what's happened to prices in the three largest counties in New Hampshire in the past. What is this? 7 years, and you can see there's a strong upward trend up into the beginning of the pandemic, and then it just absolutely takes off. The key here for me as an economist is to look at prices and rents together. So if you see prices rising without rents increasing, you might sort of suspect that demand is coming from something that's not fundamental, right? So it might be just low interest rates. It might be Wall Street investors chasing returns wherever they can get them. But instead, when you see rent and prices rising together, this is basically going back to the fundamentals, right? People don't rent housing speculatively, right? Rent is always, I just want a place to live. It's on a 1-year basis. I'm paying for this because I want to live here right now. And when prices are tracking that, what it tells me is that the demand is fundamental. The demand is human. It's based in people's jobs, people's retirement incomes, where people want to live right now, not something speculative. And I think that's important when we talk about solutions, that we can't sort of play some magic trick or push Wall Street out or get interest rates right and make the price problem disappear. When it's based in rents, it's fundamental. So I think it's really important evidence. Now, New Hampshire's housing stock, and this is where the map comes in, and you can, hopefully maybe find your own district on here. This is based, the blocks here are census tracts, which is how the data arrives, which is doesn't cleanly map to towns, but usually the census tracts follow town borders. And as you can see, there's actually a pretty big decline in housing stock in the North Country. That's a big part of the map. It's not a big part of the population of New Hampshire. And then downstate, where most of your districts are, there's been a decent increase in the housing stock. But if you look statewide, New Hampshire's housing stock and New Hampshire's population are growing at about 2/3 of the national rate. And that's for the kind of most of a decade coming into the pandemic. Obviously, since the pandemic, things have been scrambled. And I'd say that probably the pandemic accelerated that growing demand growth. And that's going to look really different in the different parts of the state. Right? So downstate, long commutes are a lot more tolerable when you only have to do them a couple times a week, or maybe once or twice a month even. So folks who, have a downtown Boston job, if they've only got to go there, once a week, an hour and a half commute or a long bus ride in from Nashua is not so bad. And so you're going to see, I think, durable demand, right? That part-time work is going to stay with us. So this isn't just going to be a pandemic effect. There's going to be more demand for living at the very edges of metro areas, which the Boston metro area absolutely gets into a lot of your districts. And then upstate in the lakes area and the mountains, there you're seeing, I think, a different demand that's beyond most commuters' reach. But there's some small number of work from anywhere people. That's more likely to be a pandemic effect that goes away. Some people who were maybe summer folks could spend all year there in 2020 and 2021. Maybe that's over for them. Longer term, there's going to be a big boom of retirements, just based on the U.S. demographics. The baby boomers are all hitting retirement, and so that's a source of demand that's long term. And it's not a lot of people, but then if you're, a town like Meredith, it doesn't take a lot of retirees from New York to be a lot of people in Meredith. And so you can sort of get big percentage increases from a relatively small population, which puts pressure on a quite small housing stock that you get in a rural or a vacation-oriented area. There's also more people like myself who can take kind of long vacations and be away from their offices working remotely for a long time. And so you can get increased demand for nice places to become vacation homes. So somebody could say, oh, I'm going to go spend all of July, up in Ossipee instead of in DC and skip that horrible DC weather. But, work most of those days, and so that's going to be an increase in demand. So there's a bunch of sources. That rent data is telling me it's fundamental, and I don't think you can wait the problem out or hope that higher interest rates solve it in the long term. So I'm going to hand it over to Charlie, and then come back at the end to talk more about solutions that other states are seeing and that we've identified in our menu of options.
So just for a little bit of review and background on land use, sort of from the legal perspective, obviously land use planning's existed for as long as there have been cities, but zoning in the United States only dates back about a century and was approved by the Supreme Court in 1926. So compared to the history of the country, and particularly the history of New Hampshire, going back to the 1600s, a relatively recent development. Obviously, New Hampshire, as you know, is the setting of the case which set in motion modern corporate law and the free enterprise system, the Dartmouth versus Woodward case, which I think just passed its 200th anniversary, and that's a tradition, as you know, that's continued to the present. New Hampshire is continually ranked near the top for, or to the close to the top among the 50 states for economic freedom. Now, New Hampshire went approximately 300 years. I believe the first settlement in New Hampshire was 1623 to the 1920s without zoning. So the historic towns and cities that we all know and love in New Hampshire, from Portsmouth and Wolfboro, were all developed and planned out and built before zoning. Today, however, at least the best estimate I can find is that 220 out of New Hampshire's 234 municipalities have adopted zoning codes. Now, New Hampshire's towns have derived their authority to zone from the state, from the state enabling statute, which is New Hampshire Revised Statute, Section 672(1), which has been amended a few times in recent years. Now, that's the current version of that statute, which you may be very familiar with. I don't know, simply provides that zoning should continue to be the responsibility of municipalities, but also imposes some obligations upon them, including developing a balanced supply of housing for people of all incomes. That's an obligation that's actually placed on municipalities. Promotion of agriculture and forestry, that's protecting those natural resources from development for other uses. There's also a prohibition on forbidding in-home daycares, which I'm not sure exactly when that was adopted, but setting a limit on what local municipalities can do in terms of restricting in-home businesses, again, consistent with economic freedom. So New Hampshire has, through those changes to the enabling statute and through certain other regulation, has acknowledged that there's a role for the state in setting objectives for and limitations on that local zoning power, both to promote individual property rights, to promote individual economic freedom, for example, what you can use, what sort of businesses you can run out of your own house, which get down, I think, to the very fundamentals of starting small businesses and private enterprise. So there is certainly a precedent for the state pushing back on some of the most exclusionary and restrictive rules that are set by local towns and cities. And Salim will tell you just in a moment how some other states are approaching these same issues and some of the reforms that other states have been looking as a way to return rights back to individual property owners, where municipalities have interfered in a way that affects property rights or economic freedom. So, in practice, for example, for here in Concord, the current zoning heavily regulates existing areas close to downtown where land values are relatively high, whereas undeveloped areas are generally not treated with the same degree of attention. And there's been a development that's occurred in farmland and forest land. So primarily, it is restricting opportunities for redevelopment and growth in areas where the highest demand for it exists, whereas being indifferent to growth on the periphery, which I think has resulted in some of the development patterns we've seen over the last 50 years. So Again, I would just emphasize that I do think there is a role here, and there's certainly precedent in New Hampshire and from other states in the legislature taking an active role in pushing back against some of the constraints on housing production and some of the constraints on people's economic activities that you see at local levels. And I'll turn it back to Salim to give you a little more detail on what's going on elsewhere. But thank you.
Thank you, Charlie. So I talked in the sort of data opening a little bit about supply and demand. So the demand is real; it's fundamental. Then turning to the supply side, right? Ultimately, as policymakers, you look at a market, you can sort of stand back and say, like, okay, we see supply and demand, prices move as supply and demand move, and we're not going to touch it. Like, that's just the market working, and fine. Or you can come in and say, okay, well, we're going to affect the demand side somehow. Like, we might try to jigger interest rates to lower demand, or we might give people first-time homebuyer credits or rental vouchers to boost demand, which can help individuals, but ultimately that flows into prices. So when you give first-time homebuyers a credit, then the people they're competing against have to pay more to bid for the same home. So it has a distributional effect. Maybe you like getting first-time buyers into houses as opposed to letting people move up or something else. But ultimately, the net effect to the economy is just you've got more money chasing the same stock of houses. So when we're looking at this market now, our interpretation as economists and lawyers is this isn't just a market you should stand back from and say, like, okay, well, this is just the world working, and sometimes things get more expensive, like eggs lately, right? The chickens got sick, so the eggs are more expensive. Okay, there's not a lot we can do about that. But in this case, the government has played a very active role in determining supply, right? So we created zoning 100 plus years ago, and we delegated that power to localities. And they use zoning not just to kind of make a place for everything and keep noxious uses away from residential uses, which I don't know anybody who objects to, but to really curate the way that towns grow. And this is true across the country. New Hampshire is unique in having the New England town form of government, which we'll talk about in a moment. But it's not unique in having locally based regulations that are decided by usually very small numbers of people who show up to hearings or who vote in local elections and who take an active interest in the zoning that's often very immediately in their neighborhood. And so you certainly understand those interests and why people get involved, but we can't kind of look away from the fact that the supply side of the housing market is very much a government-led phenomenon, which means that the solutions are going to have to involve, not be solely governmental, but have to involve government thinking about its role. So I'm a Massachusetts native, so my hometown had a militia and a welfare state for 100 years before the American Revolution happened. Right? I take town history and town government really seriously. The New England town government is one of the greatest examples of and examples for American democracy as it's practiced. People who know me as a scholar know that I get really, really angry when people quote the Tocqueville township, New England township thing. Like, there's no townships, right? The townships are the uninhabited areas, and this happened because Tocqueville wrote in French, and then his translator was an Englishman who'd never been to America, and so Tocqueville visited American towns. There's a plaque right out there. He wrote about commune in French, and that got translated back into English as township by somebody who had no idea what he was talking about. And this entire branch of Tocqueville scholarship has gone on talking about township governance as if they couldn't just show up in a New Hampshire town on a random Tuesday and see town government in action and learn that it's actually called a town. So you've got all these people in their ivory tower who have never been to a town meeting and don't know what to call it. I get very worked up about that. That said, town government shouldn't do everything. And even with that history of having its own army and its own welfare state, this doesn't mean that unlimited power to regulate, to tax, to spend is a good feature of town democracy. And I think that zoning, as we've given it to towns, has actually weakened that democracy by making towns much more interested in trying to curate what goes on inside them via land use regulation rather than trying to serve and protect what the citizens are doing as they spontaneously transform their living patterns, their business patterns, their land use patterns, right? So when you've got a fundamentally exclusionary government, right? Whether that's a nation that says, oh, we're going to have no immigrants and we're just going to we're for the natives and we don't want anybody else here and we don't want to change, right? That becomes a negative government. It's just trying to stop things from happening. And I think the town government can be incredibly powerful, incredibly useful, but it shouldn't be in the role of saying who gets to be here and what gets to be here. It can do things like guiding and creating public investments, right? You can't do urban growth without streets, sewers, parks, schools. That's all the role of government. And town government is an incredibly powerful tool and an incredibly useful one for letting citizens kind of directly affect and impact the way that growth happens and sort of being the handmaiden and following what people in their private lives are doing. Thank you so much, Josh. But zoning power shouldn't be unlimited. That also doesn't mean that zoning power should go to the state. I think, you see sort of, I see people maybe in California and Oregon verging this way a little bit, that like, well, we can't trust the cities and the towns, so let's just basically move the zoning power to the state. But ultimately, we're still gonna have zoning power. We're still gonna have all these little rules that decide what can go where. And I think that's a terrible idea. Please don't. I don't think there's any appetite for that in New Hampshire, happily. But I think there's three arguments for state preemption, where preemption means not taking over zoning, but putting guardrails on what towns can do and streamlining their process. I'm going to leave you in suspense for just a moment. So the first argument for state preemption is property rights. So any regulation or delegation of regulatory authority by a government to a government should face the burden of proof, right? So going back to the chickens and the eggs, like we regulate the way that chicken farms are run because the regulations meet some standard of evidence that if we don't regulate the waste from large chicken farms, it's going to pollute downstream bodies of water. And so we start with some scientific evidence. We make sure the regulation fits the harm that could potentially be done by badly built chicken farms. And the result is a moderately regulated industry. And we try to adjust those from time to time. No regulation is perfect. I think building codes are a good example of a good but imperfect body of regulation. People who are deep in the weeds on building codes will say, oh no, they're terrible. There's all these little things. But ultimately, like, you look at it and you say, okay, there's a technocratic body that updates building codes. The building codes are the same for everyone, more or less nationwide, with small exceptions or difference in which edition of the building code they use. But if you're a builder, you basically know the rules, and you can work anywhere. And the process for updating those rules is based on evidence, right? So it's civil engineers and physicists are doing experiments and figuring out what stress loads different materials can take, and policymakers are setting some kind of tolerance for error, right? So we say, like, okay, if an earthquake that's 3 standard deviations bigger than the norm happens, like, we don't have to be prepared for that. And those are policy calls on how much risk you're willing to abide by for what cost. And so it's not perfect, and there's ways that building codes can and do and should change. But that's what regulation that is respecting property rights looks like. Then the second argument for state preemption is fairness. So if local governments are tilting the playing field systematically against some New Hampshire citizens, right, people who the state government takes into account as its constituents, but a particular local government doesn't because they don't live there, the state can counterbalance that, right? So if you've got, I don't know, say if the beach town said the beaches are only for residents of the beach towns and nobody else can go to the beach anymore, the state could step in and say, no, that's this is a state resource, and although it's located in your town, you're not allowed to pass regulations that completely prohibit public access to the beach. You can pass some reasonable regulation that balances the costs of traffic and pollution and makes the visitors pay for cleanup, etc. We do this, I think, all the time with industry, commerce. We're taking into account the wider interests of the entire Commonwealth, the entire state, and saying we're going to make sure that local laws don't go beyond what's fair to everyone. Fairness, there's arguments about it. This is not like a slam dunk. You say fairness and you get whatever law you want, but there's an argument to be made there. And then finally, the third argument for state preemption is to solve statewide problems. And in this case, the burden of proof is flipped. So here, I would say the state has to meet a burden of proof before preempting. With the first two, I'd say the localities need to meet a burden of proof, especially that first one. The localities to limit someone's property right, they need a burden of proof that we need to do this to solve some kind of local problem. Flipping this around, if the state wants to solve a statewide problem, like say the statewide problem is unemployment's too high, so we'd like to have more jobs. Okay, that's a statewide problem. It's a reasonable problem to solve. But to somehow preempt the towns, maybe to take away some property taxes so you can give a tax break to businesses or something, you need to meet a burden of proof as a state legislator that this is really the best way to and the lowest cost way for us to do this. And again, it's not like you just say this and you get to make the law, but if you can make the argument that there's statewide problems of housing unaffordability, of inability for workers to live near their jobs, inability for employers to find people to hire, right? So if you can make that case and say there are statewide problems here, or environmental problems, et cetera, and then we're going to take a targeted approach that is focused on addressing this problem, and it does involve preempting the towns, but here's why that's logical. So I think you can make the case there, but that's a much harder case to make than simply saying, hey, you shouldn't restrict people's property rights to run a home daycare. So then ultimately, the issue for you as you consider bills that would preempt local authority is whether the local regulators can make a compelling case that a specific regulatory authority, not zoning is not just like one thing that is a big package deal. We have all sorts of limits on what they can zone for. So a specific type of zoning regulation, is that sufficiently important to meeting the local needs to merit restricting the right of citizens to use and enjoy their private property, and whether that case is then outweighed on the state interest side by other citizens outside the towns, their interest in housing availability, or statewide concerns such as environmental protection, housing affordability, and economic growth. All right, so that's my argument for whether to preempt. It's how to think about preemption, and I wrote that in the testimony as well, so you might have seen it before. Now, how, even if you've decided, yes, it's absolutely worth it, we should preempt the town somehow, that doesn't tell you what you should do, and it doesn't tell you whether specific actions will have useful consequences. So we categorize state actions into 5 buckets. And this is in the, don't go all reading this because it's long, but the menu of options is organized this way. So the first of those 5 buckets is what I just called direct limits on local regulation. So an example of that would be capping or eliminating parking requirements. So the state of Connecticut, right, said for apartments, you can't require more than 1 parking space for a 1-bedroom apartment and maybe two for a 3-bedroom statewide. And so that's just a direct limit. It doesn't require any executing authority. It's just immediately you write it and it is done, and the towns have to abide by it. And that's appealing because it's simple. I think the limits on that are that it has to be very broadly applicable, right? So you can say a parking requirement cap applies everywhere, and we don't have to know that much about your local context to know that someone living alone only needs 1 car. What gets harder is if you want to say, hey, we want to treat town centers differently than rural areas. And, it's not impossible, but the lawmaking gets trickier there as you want to start taking into account more contextual factors. The second bucket would be streamlining procedures. I think New Hampshire's Housing Appeals Board is an excellent example of this that we take and promote sometimes in other states. And, specifically for New England states made up of small towns with limited staff, anything that streamlines procedures has to really involve technical assistance. And even in California, where they've done a lot of procedural changes, they've found that the biggest cities are sort of capable of doing these themselves, and even mid-sized California cities of as big as the larger New Hampshire towns need state technical assistance to rejigger some of these procedural things. So I think there's actually streamlining is a really rich vein of potential state action. We don't have a lot in the menu of options about that because it's so state specific. Every state has its own sort of version of a Kafka novel of how you get or fail to get housing permitted. And so examples of that, I think some of the most fruitful and simple examples of that can involve moving types of decisions to simpler bodies. This might be in Arizona this year, one of the bills that's under consideration. It might not be Arizona, don't quote me on that. There's a certain type of land use permission that currently by state statute has to be granted by the city council level body. And it would allow cities to move that down to ministerial staff approval. Staff approval is the easiest level of approval. It doesn't involve politics. So, when staff says, okay, the zoning code says, you can, if you meet these conditions, you can get a conditional use permit to put a store here. And the fact that the neighbors are unhappy about it doesn't really matter because you've met the conditions. The elected officials, they look at the same law and they're like, it looks like you meet the conditions, but my voters are really unhappy about this and I'm getting a lot of angry letters, so I'm going to find that you don't actually meet the conditions. It also just is harder on as a scheduling basis to find time on a city council schedule to approve every little thing. So the more things you can move down to the staff level, the quicker and simpler those become. Again, in really small towns, the things might be really different because you might not have a full-time staff member. So you have to think about your specific circumstances and how to do that streamlining. So I think some of the folks that you're bringing in who have that granular level experience in individual towns, individual builders, they'll be able to inform that. So I encourage you to do that, but I don't have a lot of specifics for you on how to do streamlining. Fiscal policy is a third area. Aside from simply subsidizing demand, there's a lot you can do to get incentives right. The places in the US that have the biggest housing crises, like California and Massachusetts, have some of the worst fiscal incentives for housing production. Right? So a huge difference between California and Texas on building housing, aside from all the political differences that you would immediately think of, is tax law. Texas has really high property taxes and low income taxes. So when somebody improves property in Texas, the local government is thrilled because they get to tax it. In California, the property taxes are capped at a really low rate, and they're distributed according to a bizarre formula that gives every different city a different share of their capped property tax. And so for California cities, every new property is a fiscal burden, and they have to kind of go back to the state and beg for more money for everything that they do. And so when you get these perverse incentives where development doesn't pay for itself, then the entire city apparatus becomes an anti-development force of its own, because then the whole budget process becomes more difficult when you get growth. So whatever you do fiscally, you want to make sure that those incentives for everyone involved make sense. You don't want to say, free affordable housing buildings of all tax liabilities forever, and then have the cities or the towns go, oh my gosh, I don't want to have affordable housing here. It'll never pay its way, right? So you want to make sure that most things, most of the time, are paying their freight, that there isn't a huge bias towards one type of land use over another. So states that have a local sales tax end up over-zoning for commercial. They're all trying to get the Walmart because, boy, if you're the town that gets the Walmart, then you're set for life with your sales taxes. And if you miss out on the Walmart, you're constantly skimping and scraping around the edge. The fourth category that we've got is narrowing the scope of zoning authority. This is a little bit different than the direct preemption. And, this really thinks about not specific types of zoning, but ways that zoning is done. Maybe an example here is better than how I can talk about it. So one of the things that we have in the menu of options that I think would be very relevant in New Hampshire is to, by statute, block zoning that makes existing conditions illegal. This isn't something that happens a lot in small old towns, which New Hampshire has many, many of, where the zoning code that gets adopted is written by some consultant and basically copied and pasted for every town that they do business with very minor changes. And they aren't coming out and using tape measures and figuring out what setbacks actually are in, the historic center of a Concord or a Durham. And so they might have setbacks from the road, so like how far the house has to be from the road, that's appropriate to the first town that they wrote this model code for, but has no relevance in your town. But if you want the cheap consultant, they're not going to spend a lot of time coming out with tape measures to your town. They're just going to copy and paste and say, like, what 5 changes do you want? And I think what makes so many old New England towns so great is this old pre-zoning character. These places were built before modern zoning, long before. And modern zoning just was not designed for them. And you can come back, you can get a more expensive like form-based code consultant to come and fix all this. But again, if you're a small town, that's hard. And the simple thing here for the state to do is to say, the localities shouldn't be illegalizing what already exists. And I made a positive argument for like, hey, what already exists is usually great. We love it. There's also a negative argument, like maybe the town doesn't like what already exists and says like, we'd love to get rid of all this and make our town something that it isn't. But they probably shouldn't, right? That's probably not the appropriate role for government. Like, I don't know, we stopped for gas in Salem on the way up, and like Route 1 in Salem's really ugly. No offense to anybody from Salem here, but it's not great. I can imagine a zoning code, zoning administrator coming in and saying like, hey, we'd really like to change this and make it much nicer. So we're just going to like ban what's already here. And anybody who builds anything on this strip now has to build it according to a completely different standard. Now there's room for public improvements. Like if they want to tax those people and then spend money to put in like a nice boulevard and trees and blah, blah, blah. Okay, that's a role for government and they should debate that, put that in their budget. But regulatorily banning everything that's there and saying like, we'd like to be a nicer town than we really are, that puts this burden on property owners of every time I want to like add an addition or do a major renovation, I've got to get a variance to stick with my existing non-conforming land use. A lot of New England is non-conforming. So Somerville, Mass is most famous for this. They did this at the city level. They went through and analyzed their whole city and found that in the city of Somerville, which is population like 90,000 or so, they found 27 buildings which might comply with the zoning code. And they weren't even sure about those because they didn't analyze parking. So if they took parking into account, those 27 probably also wouldn't have complied. Their whole city was illegal according to their zoning code. And so then they threw it out and they started over and said like, okay, let's do something totally different. But that's a big, expensive operation by a substantial, relatively affluent suburb. And I think for a state, one of the ways that you can address this is to say like, the zoning shouldn't be doing the job of making everything illegal and trying to regulatorily create revolutionary change. Please, I've been talking for. Please.
No, that's fine. Just to add to another example of what Salim just said, I don't think I mentioned in the introduction, but I'm the legislative counsel for the town of Newtown in Connecticut, which was originally settled about 1705. And there's a historic Main Street there, an historic district that obviously the town is very proud of. That was developed over many centuries. There's some houses there that date back to before the Revolutionary War on house lots of all different sizes, some on very large lots, some on very small lots. Although the zoning that is currently there, which dates back to the 1930s, requires 1 acre per house. But if you actually look at the historic zone, between 70 and 80% of the houses are non-conforming with that. So the zoning that is in place is in conflict with the historic character that's trying to prevent. If a house, for example, one of the old houses were to burn down, you couldn't rebuild it on the same lot without a variance. So something like that, I think, becomes, yes, as a matter of fairness and consistency, but simply as a matter of sort of regulatory purpose and benefit. How do you really justify that sort of zoning, which is in conflict with its own context? In terms of a public health or safety concern, like what is the purpose of that zoning? Whose interest is it protecting? What is it doing? And that's something you'll see actually in a lot of New England towns. I think there's been some appreciation for that, some attempt to reform that. I saw that Concord's proposed new zoning code is introducing a 2,500 square foot lot size minimum for some of the neighborhoods around downtown, which is comparable to the patterns of development you'd see back 200 years ago. Um, so I think there's a growing appreciation for that, but I think in some of these cases where there's this egregious nonconformity with existing conditions, you have to wonder what exactly, what purpose is it serving, if not an exclusionary purpose or simply a way of having the town oversee and detail every single change it's made through an extensive variance process or special permit process just to make simple changes to a house, like rebuilding a house that's burnt down. So just another data point to consider.
Thank you. That's great. Yeah, it reminds me, we worked with the city of Auburn, Maine, on a really extensive rezoning that they did. And one of the outcomes that we didn't expect, they didn't expect, but was really nice was that once they kind of stripped back a lot of regulations, they had this flood of renovation permits pulled. So people who probably would have been approved via variance or special permit to add a deck or re-roof an old garage or something like that, but they had to go through that hassle of getting permission from the city. Even if it's a pretty minor hassle in a place like Auburn, even that was enough to dissuade them. And so they had this sort of sudden surge, about 75 million, I think, in renovation permits. Maybe I'm making that number up. That seems big for Auburn. Anyway, it was big for Auburn. Whatever the number was, it was big for Auburn. And the number of renovations they got. And I think that's just a great example of, like, people would like to reinvest in their property, and even a small permitting barrier or uncertainty about whether they should kind of go get plans written up for $500 or something is enough to dissuade them. The last of my 5 areas of potential state preemption is on construction standards. And again, this can be very mild. This can be merely giving cities and towns permission to adopt something that's more permissive. So the area that's getting a lot of attention right now is single staircase buildings. Washington State and Virginia, sort of, and I think 1 or 2 other states are considering adding, I think California, considering allowing single stair buildings with higher fire safety standards, which allows the building of multifamily on narrow old town lots. So it's, again, fairly useful in older development pattern places where you'd like to sort of, have that kind of tall, skinny apartment building instead of the big, wide parking platform or parking donut type that makes sense on a 10-acre site. You're like, okay, we've got a 1/4 acre in a city. What can we put here? So that's useful. I don't think that's a huge application to New Hampshire there, but potentially in Manchester and a few other town centers. All right, so then to talk about other cities, so this is where I'll actually say, do look at this. The front of this little handout. I just picked 6 states to highlight. These are reasonably comparable. I'd say these are some of the busiest states in the country. Right now, every state that's in session is looking at housing reforms. And Republican, Democrat, across the board, everybody's at least arguing about it, and some are going to be making pretty sweeping strides. In this case, this is a little bit out of date. As of like yesterday, you can add 3 more check marks in Arizona's column. A couple more bills came out of committee there. So these are almost all represent bills that are either out of committee or that the majority party leadership is behind. So they all are not baked in, but they have a reasonable chance of passing. In Washington and Colorado, you've got, and Montana, you've got governors, 2 Democrats and a Republican in those cases, who are the principal champions of zoning reform in their states. In Arizona, it's coming from legislators, likewise in Massachusetts, and I think I actually don't know much about the Vermont case, though that's the closest to home here. But as you see, there's just a huge amount of potential reform. We would not have been able to make anything like this a year ago. There would have been a much sparser table. Everybody's looking at accessory dwelling unit legalization. I think that's the most obvious of the cases where there just is not a good regulatory case to say that you can have someone living in your house, but you can't let them have their own bathroom or door or kitchen. A lot of places are looking at allowing duplexes and fourplexes on most lots. That's obviously been introduced here in I think HB 44. Different states are looking at streamlining permitting processes. Like I said, those are different across all the states. Parking minimums. The one that's closest to my heart now, all 6 states are looking at some relief from lot size minimums. That's something that was not on the agenda. We've done a lot of research on. Charlie was one of the first people writing about that 5 or 10 years ago, and Mercatus has done a lot of research on lot size minimums. And I think especially for enabling lower cost home ownership as opposed to multifamily buildings, both of which are important, but if you want to get to that home ownership piece, you need smaller lots because you just can't make the land cheaper without letting people buy smaller pieces of it. So we're really encouraged at the amount of state consideration. None of these have been signed into law yet, so we'll see what happens. But we're excited about that. Then there's some systems in states, and they're not on here. California has the longest standing one. Massachusetts has a pretty long standing version of this, and now New York's governor is trying to put in place what I'd call sort of like a Rube Goldberg approach, where you've got like a bunch of different like classes of towns and ways of evaluating, like, are you or are you not building enough housing? And I can see the appeal to it, where you say like, hey, the towns get to, choose their own adventure as long as the results are good, and the state will verify that the results are good, and if they're not, then there's some builder's remedy or some preemption that kicks in if the results are bad. And in theory, I think this is really nice. In practice, it ends up being very complex and kind of conflict generative. Like there's always an arguments between the states and the cities, and lawsuits, or between the cities and the builders. In Massachusetts, they go back and forth over 40B. So I don't want to say don't do it or don't consider it, but I would definitely worry about that in a state made up of small towns, that you'd end up kind of demanding a lot in terms of reporting requirements, and some of the towns are small enough that just like if you happen to go through a 3-year spell where no developer brings a permit, your zoning might be perfectly fine, but you're not going to show the growth just because you're a small area and the arrival of permit applications is kind of random. So I don't think that's the best system, but I kind of respect the political science behind it, and trying to say like, we really do want to let the localities govern, but they need to show us that the outcomes are good. And so that's kind of a whole other approach. So we didn't want to take up 90 minutes with talking. Charlie, if you've got anything else to say, jump in here, but I'd love to take questions to just make this an open dialogue.
Representative Gibbs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, thank you for an excellent presentation. And I'm going to have to, of course, read through all of this. Looks very interesting. I have 2 points / questions, one very minor, the other not so minor. The first is about the word township. Are you aware that there are municipalities in other states, specifically in New Jersey, where, okay, I had no idea that the word township came from de Tocqueville. I've only read bits and pieces of de Tocqueville in translation. But there are municipalities in New Jersey that are officially townships. That's their name. I grew up in one.
Yes.
And they have township government, etc. So just wanted to make sure that the word township is not actually a joke.
No. But it doesn't apply. So a township in most states that have them is a county subdivision. So the entire Northwest Ordinance region, which is the states, from Ohio to Minnesota, they have these square counties, and each county is divided into 4 townships. So then the New Jersey and Pennsylvania have slightly different townships.
Yes, we have townships that are essentially towns, but they're mostly large rural districts that are now partly suburban. So yes, okay. The other thing, which is more substantive, and before I ask this question, I'll mention the fact that I grew up on a farm with a father who was extremely sensitive about people interfering with his use of his own land. However, have you considered the balance between the need for more housing and specifically people's need not to be homeless, the balance between that and the need of property owners to be able to do what they choose with their own property? And that perhaps the need not to be homeless should be a little higher in the balance weight than the needs of property owners to do as they choose with their property.
Want to take that, Charlie?
Just I guess in response to that sort of concern, I think those issues are in some way complementary, because when we're talking about in general, what we're talking about here in terms of state preemption or state regulation would be limiting the scope of the town's interference with individual property rights. So I think the ability of a property owner to do what he or she wants with their own property, and the ability to develop additional housing opportunities within a town really come down to the same underlying principle of being free to do what you want with your own property. That would include, say, if you wanted to, run a farm on your own property rather than subdividing it for housing, being able to do that and to undertake whatever activities are customarily associated with it, whether raising livestock, planting crops, anything like that. But on the other hand, it also gives property owners the ability to build more densely than they might otherwise be able to, which while not directly pertaining to the issue of homelessness and policy interventions from homelessness, I think in general it's acknowledged that increasing housing supply, meeting the demand that's there, moderates the increases in rents and ends up benefiting people of all incomes. So I don't, at least from my perspective, I don't see a conflict between those. Allowing people to do what they want with their own homes and their own properties can benefit both those instances.
Thank you. Further
Yes.
comment? Yes, I wasn't suggesting that there is a conflict.
Which really identifies that, even though most people who end up homeless couldn't afford to rent like their own one-bedroom apartment, even in a cheap city, cheap cities have far fewer homeless people. And so there's some mix of, how easy is it for you as somebody who's, so completely out of work, you have no income, you don't have a housing voucher, what are you going to do? You're probably not going and signing a lease. You're probably staying with a friend or an aunt who's got an extra bedroom. And that having some margins around the edges of a housing market where people have a little bit of extra space ends up allowing people sort of through relationships or local nonprofits to solve those problems. It also makes the state's funding go a lot further, right? So if you're a state saying like, okay, let's be serious and address our homelessness problem with either assisted, supportive housing or vouchers, the housing and land costs sort of determine how much you can do with a budget pot. So like LA is trying to build its way out of 100,000, 200,000 homeless people, but it costs them $600,000 or $700,000 a pop to build essentially studio apartments. So they've just backed themselves into this corner, and there's the market kind of helps you on both sides. On the sort of the most the richest homeless people, the homeless people who have some income, right? If you build more housing, the prices are going to lower, and some of them will be able to house themselves or pay a little bit of rent to family and friends. And then the people who really aren't going to be able to house themselves without help from the state, will the state be able to help more of them as the cost curves gets pushed down for state-sponsored vouchers or units. So yeah, we agree there's no conflict. We certainly could make this presentation with a little more emphasis there, and maybe if I had another cup of coffee or one fewer, that's where it would have ended up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Uckello.
Thank you. Kind of building on the last question, Do you have any information about the government in New Hampshire incentivizing non-development and how much impact that has had, specifically current use, and how other states might be incentivizing kind of like tax breaks for farmland and just non-developed land in general?
I don't know anything about New Hampshire. It's certainly been done. Penfield, New York, where I went to school, bought a golf course to prevent it from becoming a subdivision, and it's just sitting there. Peabody, Mass was just in the news for buying up a piece of land that they didn't want developed into housing. So it's certainly done. I don't know New Hampshire's laws. Be happy to learn.
Just, at least from my own experience, I know Connecticut towns have the authority to offer certain tax reductions or abatements for use of property for farming purposes, which I think is fairly common. To the extent to which it's actually promoted agricultural uses, I don't know. It's just sort of a here and there, sort of a patchwork. But I know it's a significant enough abatement that it does seem to be encouraging some reuse of older properties for farming purposes.
Representative McConkey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You piqued my interest on several items that you spoke of. And I'm wondering if you can provide further information, single stair, limiting parking minimums. I'm assuming, just to be real quick on it, that the single stair are stacked units, or would each floor have just one or more than one apartment?
So I think you could do it with 2 apartments pretty easily. Technically, with a single stair, you could, there's no physical limit on how many units you could put, but typically, the value of that comes from relatively narrow buildings and the ability to have windows on 2 or 3 sides of a unit instead of just windows on one side of it.
And if I remember hearing you correctly, you talked about, to do that, to sweeten the pot, higher fire safety standards or higher construction standards on those units?
Yeah, right. So the U.S. abides by something called the International Building Code, which is a bit of a misnomer because it's not used much internationally. It's the U.S. and Canada, basically. And most other developed countries allow single-stair buildings of substantial height. Now, one of the reasons for having 2 staircases is fire safety. But obviously, there's other ways to achieve fire safety. And so, the goal is to achieve a certain level of safety, not to achieve safety through one way over another. So you can sort of make these trade-offs and say, okay, you have to achieve the same safety that a 2-staircase building would achieve, but if you do that through a mix of sprinklers or heavily rated walls, or type 3, type 4 construction instead of type 1, then that's great.
Thank you. If you could follow up with some parking minimum, because I live in rural and our lots are small, and there's been a lot of strides to make more happen, density, but then when it comes down to parking, it's a killer. So if you could follow that along. And one that I've spoken to, if I could, Mr. Chairman, I apologize without asking. One of the things I've talked to a lot of our everyone's saying we don't have enough land to make workforce housing, affordable housing. And several of my towns are over 50 or 60% of their land mass in conservation easement. And so many of those, maybe I'm wrong, but many of those conservation easements could not open up the process again to allow 20 or 30 acres. If they could, it would make, an interesting conversation on one type of land and how much. So I'm wondering if I'm cautioning them on new easements to make, some condition to make that happen. Are you aware of any model conservation easements that are being worked on that would be more promoting of a housing component?
So Good group of questions. So working backwards, I don't know of anyone who's done this, but what I would suggest for a new conservation easement is to pair it with upzonings that sort of offset the potential loss of developable land. This has been done through, again, more Rube Goldberg type systems, like in Montgomery County, Maryland, has a successful example of sort of tradable, or if they wanted to preserve their farmland and they let the farmers sell their development rights to sort of urban areas where extra growth would be welcomed. Lots and lots of places have imitated that, and they haven't worked. So really, Montgomery County and New York City are the only ones that have worked, and they're very large jurisdictions where there's lots of buyers and lots of sellers. Don't try to make that work in a New Hampshire town or even county. It's too small. But just as a matter of like the town meeting making this decision, saying like, hey, if we take a conservation easement on such and such a land, this could have been developed as 50 homes. Let's make sure we zone for a capacity of 50 homes where we do want them. And so there's sort of a budgeting, like a net zero change in regulation. And that sort of fits in, I think, a lot of people's concepts of like, we would like to encourage growth to be where services already are, where it's not changing the natural environment much. And, but then the argument comes, you actually have to like find a place to upzone, and the people, any specific spot, people find some excuse not to upzone it. On parking minimums, lots and lots of cities nationwide have gotten rid of parking minimums in their downtowns or citywide. Auburn, Maine, which we worked with, they got rid of commercial parking minimums entirely and took residential down to 1 per unit. And I just think generally developers build the parking that they think they need. And so the big gains from changes in parking are where the government just doesn't know what the business needs. So in Auburn, as soon as they changed the requirements, they had 2 interesting proposals. So one was, and these are not like, I'm going to say these are not walkable businesses. One was Olive Garden, the other was Target, right? These are very much car-oriented businesses in car-oriented locations. Olive Garden wanted to buy an old restaurant shell that just wasn't quite big enough for their business model, and they wanted to sort of punch it out and add 5 or 10 more tables worth of space by taking over some of their parking lot. They were able to do that because the city gave them the flexibility on the parking minimums, and they said, we have this many tables, this many parking spaces, we don't need all the parking spaces, we need more tables. And then Target similarly bought a pad site that had been, I don't know, Toys R Us or something, and they wanted to expand the floor space. They didn't need as much parking. So I actually think commercial is where you can get a lot of benefit. You're not getting housing from commercial, obviously. But in terms of efficiently using your land, we just, these parking minimums that are written into code, they're just guesses. Nobody has any idea. Nobody has done a study that has any external validity. Every business in every location has a slightly different need, and they're the ones best positioned to figure that out. So lots of cities have done it. They don't stop building parking, but they build it in different places. So like Buffalo did this. In Buffalo, the big benefit was it allowed reuse of old buildings, which Buffalo has a lot of, more easily. So they'd had a problem with these old pre-car era downtown buildings had no parking on site, and so they needed variances to get reused and reactivated. So they were sitting vacant, and the city benefited enormously from just getting rid of the parking minimums and letting people repurpose buildings without having to worry about parking. And it's like your customers are going to have to get there, and if they don't, like, that's going to be your problem. Occasionally, I'll get local leaders to say, we need this because otherwise people park on the street. Well, if parking on the street is a problem, address parking on the street. You can do that through residential stickers. You can do that through no parking on main roads. Address that, like, a lot of times people try to use zoning to address some backdoor problem, and it doesn't often work. Like, so people do large lot zoning to address, stormwater concerns, but then people are like putting pesticides on 2-acre lawns, and it's like, well, this isn't actually solving the problem that you wished it would solve. Address the problem. Don't address this other thing that is tangentially related to it.
Any other questions? Representative Ocala?
Thank you. Thanks for taking more questions. I liked your thoughts on kind of like making existing conditions illegal because the home that I currently live in is illegal. So I liked also your kind of like phrasing of kind of maybe the state has a role in instead of this kind of what New Hampshire has is kind of like oftentimes rural character is often used, and maybe we need to change that to historical character of the community instead of rural character. And how does how did you see some of these like proposals um, kind of like being instantiated or being proposed? Because what I'm thinking about is something like within a certain number of feet of my house, you can have the same conditions that the same setbacks that my house has. What were the types of um, like preserving of the historical character have you seen?
In some local zoning codes, I know you do see some accommodation for character, saying, for example, a setback can be determined based upon the average of the surrounding houses and things like this that at least attempt to acknowledge that there is an existing historical context and that requiring somebody to be building anew to build something that's completely different in scale and setting from the existing homes is not preserving the historic context. Uh, you see it here and there, usually in response to individual cases where somebody says this code is not protecting the historic character of our town at all. But I think as far as a state level reform, that number one, that's something that could be reflected in the enabling statute itself. Connecticut in 2021 recently reformed, made some major changes to its enabling statute to reflect some of these additional concerns. And actually, I think they took character completely out as a consideration. Although another way might be to change the type of character that's being protected, because I know you typically hear this, at least this phrase in New England, the rural character of the town, which is somewhat of an oxymoron, right? It's like it's the town, it's the countryside. What are we protecting? And it becomes a little bit confused as to what's what the underlying goal is. So I think clarifying some of those purposes from a statewide perspective, like what are the resources we're trying to protect, which is I think it's already reflected somewhat, which it says protecting agriculture and forestry and a balanced supply of housing. Reinforcing the best qualities of the existing towns while protecting the best qualities of farmland and forests and historic natural resources, and strengthening each of those rather than promoting a sort of leapfrog, a pattern of development, which you see now where developments occur just here and there according to happenstance and who acquires a particular parcel of land. So I think that's one way of doing it. Also, the other approach is directly intervening. For example, I don't know if this is the current legislation that's proposed in Vermont, but it was one they had a couple years ago, was simply setting lot sizes in areas served by city services, like areas where there's sewer and water and no concern about wastewater treatment or septics or anything like that, and simply setting some bottom line standards saying, in those areas where there's already existing density, we're going to say you can't set a lot size minimum more than 10,000 square feet. There's just no justification for that, for requiring things that are completely out of character with the existing zone. It's like we see that has no health.
Banning farming on their outskirts, which of course is what people were doing there a long time before the suburb came along. And so the legislature is stepping in to actually protect the farmers' right to continue farming. But the way that I would do the sort of protecting existing conditions, it's easier in a settled area where you've got the concept of a block, where you can say, like, if a block has, if you take like the 2/3 or 3/4 percentile, so like you can't enforce a regulation that would put a quarter or a third of the houses on this block or the parcels on this block into nonconformity. So that'd be one way to do it. You could do something like a physical distance, like 200 feet. That would be able to work. The benefit of that is it would work in rural areas as well. I do think in rural areas there's more of a validity to say, all right, well, there's a few scattered buildings along here, but this is not settled according to a certain pattern. And so that if it gets built up, we want to build it up according to this pattern. And there you're, a little bit more in keeping with the idea of what zoning is supposed to do. In the fully built out area, the zone, it's like sort of that the cow has left the barn. Like if you wanted to develop it under pattern A, well, pattern B is already in place, and you should just respect pattern B. And it could also go to uses. So if you've got an area where there's a mix of uses, the town couldn't come along and say, residential is banned here or commercial is banned here. If it's mixed use, it gets to stay mixed use, and you can't tell somebody, I can't switch in one direction to the other if it's already a kind of an established use in that area. But I think it'd be something to workshop and kind of sit down with the towns and say like, hey, how would this affect you? How would you interpret this? How do we think about rural areas? Because that's where my thinking is, I think, the most unclear. But I think there's a lot of cases where towns would say, oh yeah, we had no intention of enforcing this regulation. We always give people a variance when they ask for it. And just saying like, hey, it seems to you from the town perspective, the variance feels costless. Like you do a little business and like you get a fee. But from the point of view of the property owner, the variance is this big uncertainty. They don't want to start the project if there's even a tiny bit of uncertainty. And just removing that uncertainty, I think, can really help them.
Representative Walsh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for coming. There's some, looks like a lot of helpful information here on some of the solutions. Bear with me for a couple of minutes. I've been taking notes through your whole testimony. I wish we had stopped a couple times in the middle. So let me try to summarize all these. I guess I'll start with looking at your introduction. Overly restrictive local zoning is the fundamental cause of America's housing shortage. That's your position. You're not the first one to come here saying that is so. And then you referred to municipal government as the impediment, and that's why the state should preempt some of these zoning restrictions. Have you done a town-by-town study? Because I've always been under the impression that the majority of zoning ordinance are actually adopted by the citizens of the towns. I believe the cities and some of our SB2 towns, it's actually the local governing body that has the authority. And I thought the balance overwhelmingly was actually adopted by the citizens on either the warrant or at their town meeting. Have you looked into that? Because if that's the case, I don't necessarily agree that it's the government that is causing this. It may be the citizens.
I mean, so we can have a debate about townships and towns and whether the town meeting is the government. So I wrote that you can gloss in town meeting for as the form of government. I think it is a form of government.
Okay.
If from a legal perspective you want to draw a distinction there, fine. You're absolutely right. Places that have a town meeting are adopting their ordinances through town meeting.
Correct. We just defended the citizens' choice in Hooksett last week at our delayed meeting. So I am correct that the majority of our municipalities, it's the citizens that decide these things. You're right, debate whether that's a local governing body or not. But getting back to that, and again, just so I can have some credibility when I'm looking through some of your suggestions. Again, now we're talking about the government as the impediment, and that's the reason the state government should preempt. The only thing I heard you mention is reasons for the pressure on demand is COVID-19 and remote working as the sole driver from people coming from Massachusetts. You might want to look at the millionaire's tax and a bunch of other things that they're doing down there that are making people come here. Were there any other things that you think are pushing on demand or applying pressure on the demand side?
I mean, there's lots of things nationwide. I mean, so this is not a New Hampshire problem, right? This is a 50-state problem. There are more American households than there were a generation ago. We make more money. We demand more living space. If you look at that graph of housing prices, you'll see it was steadily rising through 2019 and the beginning of 2020, and then summer of 2020 it takes off. It was still rising before COVID-19 and work from home. I think COVID-19 and work from home are especially relevant in a place like New Hampshire that's within range of, but not the core of a major metropolitan area.
Yep.
So there are absolutely lots of other factors, and then some of the cyclical stuff is going to be driven by interest rates. Certainly not denying that. Those are going to come and go. You know, don't make your long-term laws to try to deal with what the Fed did yesterday. But yeah, we as Americans, we want to live in bigger and bigger houses. We want more and more space.
If I can follow up.
course.
And I agree, those are legitimate reasons for it. And again, I'm not trying to, I understand this is information. I'm just, again, trying to get an understanding of what you put into the research before I can take the information out of it and use it. And we keep talking about the government as, and their restrictive zoning is a problem, and that's the reason we need to preempt. But if we're going to talk about the reasons and causes by government, because I'm a firm believer, you need to know all the causes before you can come to solutions. Have you looked at illegal immigration? I know it seems like the elephant in the corner nobody wants to talk about, but when we know we have millions and millions of people coming across the border in the last few years, they're going everywhere. Have you studied how that is affecting the supply side of housing in all our states?
I mean, so the funny thing, like an honest answer here, I'm not trying to troll you. A significant issue in the 2010s boom was that there weren't the kind of cheap workers you could pick up at Home Depot to do timber framing and drywalling that there were in the 2005, 2007 housing boom, which is one of the reasons that even though prices rose just as much in like the 2014 to 19 timeframe, we didn't build nearly as much housing. But I would, you know, we've done, Texas is probably the state where we've done the most work this year. They certainly know about illegal immigration. They have a lot of people who both legally and illegally have migrated to Texas. They manage to house people who don't have a lot of money. They manage to put homeownership in reach of working Texans by building a lot of housing. So, you know, wherever the demand comes from, illegal immigrants don't demand much housing because they don't have much money. Like ultimately, demand is a function of like how much you can pay.
Well, I look at it as units, not to, but that's fine.
Sure, but you know, it all like if you look at number of people who occupy a housing unit, right? So the affluent person who's able to say like, I want a home office. Every one of my kids gets their own bedroom. Like they're using up a lot more of the square footage in a city than the family that's living 12 to a room. Doesn't mean the 12 to a room's not there. I'm not denying that. They're absolutely a source of demand. But I don't see any correlation across the U.S. that makes me think that that's a significant or a major driver of what's happening now. It's certainly less of a driver than it was 15 or 20 years ago when there were a lot more illegal immigrants entering the country.
That last one?
Yep.
If I can, thank you, sir. Have you, cost-wise, on the inflated rents and record home prices, refresh my memory, what were your major reasons for the spike in price, short of the government-caused inflation? Again, these are all policies that are out of our hands. We're looking for solutions here, but a lot of the problems I see are problems that were developed by our federal government, not so much us. Inflation was not caused by the state of New Hampshire. And you know, and our energy policy was not adopted by the state of New Hampshire. But yet both of those things play a major role in the cost of development and rental prices, because most of your rentals actually have heat and hot water included. So I'm just reiterating how much of this stuff you've actually looked at to come up with your summaries.
Yeah, no, those are absolutely real factors. I think it's really important to look beyond the current moment. Just as you pointed out, like this COVID-19 stuff that's maybe temporary, and we shouldn't base all of our conclusions on that. That's absolutely right. There's also, we were doing this work before, the inflation of 2021, 2022, and we saw basically the same problem, right? So inflation shuffles the deck slightly differently, but fundamentally, you've got a nation with a growing population and growing wealth that has stopped building housing at the rate that it used to. If you look at how many housing units per 1,000 Americans we built in 1950 or 1960 or 1970 or 1980 or 1990 or 2000 or right up to 2008, it's higher than today. We are building housing at the peak of our economic expansion when we were a booming country with very low unemployment. We were building less housing per person than we were in recessions in the 20th century. We're below recessionary levels from when our parents were trying to buy their first homes. So It's obviously a complex problem. Housing touches everything and everything touches housing. So there's nothing you can bring up that I'll say, oh, no, that's totally unrelated to housing. Everything's related. But you can't tell me, look at the data and tell me, oh, we've got enough housing. It's just these other things. It's these guys in Washington. Like, sure, they affect it. But there's no musical chairs by which you can take a growing population and say, oh, we're going to stop building enough housing for them and then have there be enough housing. Like, there's just no, like, there's nowhere to put all those heads in beds at the rate that they're demanding.
And just
One
to-
last one,
yes,
it's
of
not
course.
political.
Of course.
I agree with you in entirety in terms of looking at construction standards and building codes as a problem, and just, I'll agree, I'm a carpenter and a developer as well, so I know all about them, they're ridiculous. Have you looked, because I'm hearing this from other avenues too, have you looked at this, or maybe, are you going to look at it? It's not just building codes, overburdensome and overregulated fire codes. I'm starting to see those, and I'm hearing from developers that those are probably worse than the building codes to begin with. Have you looked at that angle? Because they're hugely expensive for some of these regulations.
What are you, so usually when I'm not a building fire code expert. Usually when I've seen them there together, what's the
Okay,
distinction that
all
you're
right.
drawing?
If you're looking at them together, that's fine. Yep, thank you. Thank you.
And Representative, we had somebody from the New Hampshire Building Code Officials Association was supposed to be here today, not feeling well, so we'll have him at the next
Okay.
meeting. You'll be able to ask about that as well.
Thank you.
Representative Gibbs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just following up on the previous question, am I correct in my understanding that new immigrants, and particularly illegal immigrants, often live several households per unit?
Well, we define a household by people who live in a unit together, so it's kind of, it's a tautology.
Well, perhaps
Maybe-
several families
several
per
families.
unit?
Certainly at higher occupancy level than native-born Americans.
Thank you.
Anything else? Okay, I'm gonna ask a couple, if that's
Please.
okay. So, can you explain, I know when we last met, we talked about, protest petitions.
Mhm.
Can you talk about that a little bit? Because going on the local level about how citizens control zoning ordinances, I'd love to know a little bit about how we can reform protest petitions to affect, maybe make it a little bit more difficult or a higher standard to
Right.
stop development.
Yeah, great question. So 20 states in the U.S. have protest petition laws. 2 have a weird referendum thing, and the other 28 don't have any such law. So this is not universal. In states with a protest petition law, if the town wants to rezone, whether through their own initiative or because a citizen asked, would you please rezone my property so I can do such and such, if neighbors within a certain radius, I don't have the New Hampshire statute in front of me at the moment, but if neighbors in a certain radius sign a petition against the rezoning, then it kicks up the required majority at city council or town meeting to a supermajority and makes it much, much harder, I think especially in a town meeting context, to pass the rezoning. And there's a bunch of reasons that this is not great law. So one is that it only enfranchises property owners and not renters. So a case that I wrote about recently in Texas, it was a commercial district. So all the property owners are commercial property owners. Somebody wants to build an assisted living facility, and the owner of vacant land next to them protests and gets the thing killed because maybe they thought that whatever they were planning to do with their land someday didn't mesh well with assisted living. They'd like something next to them that is drawing customers to the area to patronize their business, whatever they end up building. Right? It's like, that's not an appropriate use of the zoning power to let one commercial landowner, shaft another commercial landowner because they'd like to make more money, right? Like that's not what we make zoning for. The other feature of that case that highlights a failure of the protest petition law is that it's minority rule. So in most states, I'd have to again look up for New Hampshire. In most states, if owners of 20% of the surrounding land protest, that makes the protest petition valid and triggers the supermajority requirement. So in this case, one neighbor protested, but 4 neighbors wrote in support and said, great, you know, please approve this rezoning. We're happy to have the assisted living facility next to us. And there's no offsetting. It's not like if you get 80% in favor and 20% opposed, it's still as if the neighborhood opposes it. So there's a bill in Texas that would kick that up to 50%. So it would leave the law in place. It's a big deal in Texas, but it would at least make it, you have to actually get a majority of the neighboring landowners. A minority can't trigger the petition. And Massachusetts did reforms last year, 2 years ago, that allowed upzonings for more housing to be essentially exempt so Massachusetts had the most restrictive rezoning law in the country. So it required a supermajority of city council or town meeting for any rezoning whatsoever. You had to get 2/3 vote. And so Governor Baker's reforms pushed that down to a 50% level for reforms that would allow more housing. So that sort of tilts the playing field a little bit in favor of housing. And I, as a person who likes the idea that government should meet a higher bar for regulation, I like the idea of 50% to lift regulations, 66% to impose regulations. Massachusetts is not perfect, doesn't help commercial rezonings at all. It only affects certain kinds of pro-housing rezonings. But I see what they're doing there, and I like that concept.
Can you give, I know you gave a commercial example. Could you give a residential example of how, first of all, what our laws look like here, and then give maybe a residential example of how, you know, if we do lower the bar, how that would affect the outcome of that example?
So I don't have any New Hampshire examples off the top of my head. One that I know of in Oklahoma, again, far away, a defunct hotel so somebody wanted to buy a defunct hotel, turn half of it into a veterans homeless housing and half of it into a hotel. And obviously, like, the hotel part's not going to work if there's, you know, nuisances coming from the homeless veterans, right? Like, they thought that they could make this work and make money on their hotel part while also providing housing to homeless vets. This is great. This is what we want, right? People stepping up to solve homelessness on their own. The neighbors, which included a Christian university and a Walmart, signed a protest petition. And Oklahoma probably has already the countries of the 20 states that have these laws, probably the best model. It still cleared their 50% threshold and killed or at least delayed that. I don't know what's become of that case. That was a couple of years ago. It's probably just dead at this point. But again, that's a case where somebody was going to try to provide housing to a particularly needy population. And even with that higher threshold, so it's not a great example because it doesn't tell you like, oh, if you just made this little change, it would fix everything. But you can kind of make these marginal changes. You can push the boundaries out so that the buffer is bigger and means that it is less likely to just be one or two grumpy neighbors to kill a project. You actually have to get serious neighborhood opposition. You can certainly kick it up to 50%. You can count renters or all registered voters in the buffer. So that people who are prospective renters are like, oh, I would like it if there was nice new rentals in my neighborhood, as opposed to, I just don't want anything to change. I got mine and my property value is rising every year. I think all of those things would help at the margin. Ultimately, like, 2 states just got rid of the law entirely, North Carolina and Wisconsin repealed it. In North Carolina, there was like 1 study and 2 or 3 little articles in a local paper. Wisconsin, you can't even find a mention of it in the news. It was so trivial, so unused. They were able to get rid of it. I don't know if it's widely used in New Hampshire, or if it's kind of used so often people don't even know that the water is wet. So I think both of those, I've seen states where both of those are the case. And so I'd have to do a little bit more New Hampshire specific research. Maybe I did before we talked last time and I knew what I was talking about. I haven't looked at it in the last few weeks.
Well, and that would be helpful to inform the committee. Maybe if you could look into that and provide us feedback on that, because I'm looking specifically at how those protest petitions restrict specifically ADUs and other units that are being built on existing property. I think it's something we'd like to look at.
Thank you. Absolutely.
Yeah, we're rolling over a little bit, but does anybody else have any questions? Representative Baruti?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much for coming and speaking to us this morning. I know you gave a lot of examples about a lot of things all around the country. However, we're in New Hampshire. I think we're very unique in New Hampshire. We're a small state, and we see an enormous influx of people from New York, Connecticut, and especially Massachusetts, selling their price property there, coming up here and outbidding everybody, all these local people. These kids who were born and raised here, trying to buy their first home, they're out of the market. And that's what I'm really concerned about. They have no shot at all. The only thing that I think, and I don't know what we can do on a state level, as far as relieving parking, I think is a big thing. I'm a Massachusetts broker as well, and I've sold property in Cambridge and Somerville, 4 or 5 family units with 0 parking. They find a way to, live there. So I think parking, if we could lighten up on the parking for one thing, especially in the cities, but these small towns who are really controlling their own, towns, that they want their town to stay the way it is, and there's not much that we can force them to do, but just keep up the integrity of the state of New Hampshire. But it is a unique problem that New Hampshire has. A
Yeah.
small state surrounded by people that want to come in. So, and thank you for coming again.
Thank you. I think Montana is actually a really good peer to look at. It's a very different physical environment, but the economic environment's very similar, where it's Californians in their case, and it's further away, but it's a very small number of Californians to make a lot of Montanans, and they've seen prices just absolutely skyrocket. And I really applaud Governor Gianforte, and we have a good friend there who runs a think tank, Kendall Cotton at the Frontier Institute. They've just taken the lead and said, like, we can't stop the Californians. There's no legal way under the U.S. Constitution to say that a California can't move here and bring the $1.2 million of home equity that they have and outbid the Montanans. And we have to build enough housing for everyone. And so they've taken a very strong, like, we're going to build our way out of this. Because there's no, the U.S. Constitution, you can't stop people from coming in. But I would absolutely take a look at them and kind of the common problem that they're dealing with.
And it's people that come in with much more money than
Yeah.
what our people have.
Yeah, because you get to cash out in the big city. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I'd just add to that, I guess that's also an issue with some of the states surrounding New York, Connecticut as well, where there's been a huge run-up in property prices over the last couple of years. You've seen a lot of people during the pandemic moving out of New York, coming up looking for, maybe they're working remotely now, so they're looking for an opportunity to live a couple hours out from the city. They only have to go in 1 or 2 days a week. So suddenly you have a complete reconfiguration of the job market, and these exurban towns, which maybe weren't as desirable, suddenly are. But just like Salim said, you see that people coming in with the money to buy, for example, just buy a house in cash or whatever it is. I mean, there's not even any chance to get into a bidding process, much less with somebody who grew up in the town, let's say, who's working, just started working as a teacher in one of the elementary schools and is looking to find a place. They have absolutely no chance to compete with somebody like that. And I mean, I've seen that happen in my own town. People have had to move out because their landlord was selling because the prices are going up, and they essentially they lost their rental and had to move out someplace else. So the need is acute and it's immediate. And it's right, you can't throw up any roadblocks to keep people from coming out, but you can create new housing opportunities, and hopefully those can be done in a way that benefit the locals as well, people who would like to stay in the town. Find ways to create that housing options that are appealing and affordable to to locals, people from the area. Rather than only creating the very highest end, and that's something that regulations can affect. Knocking down some of these obstacles to creating new housing that's, not substandard, but obviously affordable, attainable to young people and young families.
Okay, we're gonna finish up. Do you have something else? Okay, Representative Yockel.
Thank you. Have you seen anything with the kind of like offsite building and 3D building projects, if states are proposing kind of uh, unilateral approval or a statewide approval process of a specific design that can be like replicated throughout the state, and therefore can avoid some of the regulatory costs of approving each individual design and say, okay, this design has been approved at the state level. As long as it's built, with this design, then you're good to go.
So that's essentially the way that HUD code manufactured homes work. It's federal, not state. I don't know of any states that have done factory site approvals of other forms of manufactured housing. So usually, it's a very messy area of law because the physical product and the inspection process are not necessarily linked. So a home that is manufactured can be a HUD code manufactured home where the HUD inspector comes to the factory, puts a seal on it, and then it has approval for anywhere in the US. But when you install that home in a New Hampshire town, there's a good chance that it's the local building inspector still gets to come out and inspect and approve or reject it. Or if you have a factory that's building modular or manufactured homes that aren't HUD code, those definitely then have to be inspected by the local building inspector. So there's a few states that have required that HUD code manufactured homes be allowed everywhere where a single family home is allowed. I think that's a good policy. There's been a major campaign in the 60s and 70s that sort of the results of which persist to this day of attaching stigma to manufactured homes that they don't deserve. It's not the Jodes anymore. And so allowing them everywhere is good, but a big part of the benefit of them, so part of the benefit is that they're built indoors so you don't have to deal with weather delays, and so it's a little bit cheaper. Part of the benefit is that the inspection happens all at once and you don't have to have the local building inspector. And that also kind of remove, because localities can sort of shadow ban them. Like officially the state says you have to allow all HUD code homes. Like, sure, we allow all HUD code homes, but also we require that roof pitch be X in our town. And by the way, HUD requires a roof pitch of Y, and so never the twain shall meet. No HUD code home is ever going to meet this roof pitch and that roof pitch. And so you need a sort of substantial statute to say you have to allow these, and you really have to allow them, and they're not subject to local building codes. The other reason that we don't like manufactured homes typically is that a lot, not the majority anymore, but a lot of them are placed in manufactured home parks, which are like factories for legal problems because you've got the land owned by the park owner and the structure owned by the resident. And so you're constantly getting conflicts, and you've got this captured asset problem where it's like $10,000 or $15,000 to move the so-called mobile home. It's not actually mobile. And so the park owner kind of has captured the resident and can change the rent, and they are much less mobile than a regular renter who only has to move the sofa. And then if the person leaves and abandons the property, well, the property doesn't belong to the park owner, so they can't just re-rent it to somebody else. Like if you have a regular multifamily tenant and they walk away, you say, okay, well, we're going to clear out their belongings, rent it to somebody else. Who knows what happened to Joe? And then, so you end up with units that sit vacant until they're ready to be demolished. So there's all sorts of problems that arise with mobile home parks. I don't love those. I understand why they exist, but they create legal problems. The houses themselves are fine. And if you allow people to fee simple install a house without a local building inspector, that is the primary source of low-cost housing in most of rural America. And that's how I would say most of the country rurally works, is that people put these houses on, no local building inspector shows up, and for $50,000 to $100,000, you've got a perfectly serviceable small single-family house.
Representative Gibbs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In reference to mobile home parks, manufactured housing, certainly we have had some legal problems around here in reference to parks owned by park owners and units owned by unit owners, and it's become quite complex occasionally. And here just give you one sentence background. I live in a condo townhouse where the land and the outer part is owned by the condo association, and the indoors is owned by me. So how is that different from the mobile home park situation that you've just described?
So the condo association is owned by all the condo owners, so you have no incentive to jack up your own condo fees. Imagine if instead of the condo association, it was, some right Berkshire Hathaway or some random dude 4 towns over who realized that he could jack up the condo fees and pocket the money. So I think that's the difference.
Thank
Well,
you.
and I think what we're talking about, the unit owners could come together and create an association or a co-op or something of that sort. There's a great example in Goffstown of how
Okay.
the property was sold and then the residents purchased the property and created it to their own.
That has happened locally a couple of times as
Yes.
well.
I think allowing also subdivision into little tiny lots, and fee simple ownership is the most advantaged form. Condos have had a kind of bad 20 years in the U.S. for a number of reasons, and we have a lot of financial and legal infrastructure to make fee simple homes work really well for a lot of people. And so subdividing, so if you've got a mobile home park, you're like, we'd really like to preserve this as a neighborhood, just breaking it up into lots, which is not normally allowed because the minimum lot sizes are too small, but it's like we physically got the same built pattern. It's only to everyone's advantage to turn these into small lots, let people own their land and their unit, and then they get access to all of the mortgage infrastructure, all of the legal infrastructure that protects your house. And then also the city then has, the authority, if someone's a nuisance, they can take action if someone's behind on their taxes. There's sort of all the normal recourse that we have towards a unified single piece of property. It gets a lot simpler, and I think it benefits residents more and allows them to then appreciate, invest, et cetera. I think condo forms of ownership meet certain needs, but they have not performed very well in the past quarter century. I'm not 100% sure why.
Okay, we're gonna wrap up. All right, thank you very much,
Thank
Saleem and
you
Charles.
so much.
That's been
Very much.
very helpful. If you could follow up with us specifically about the things that we've talked about, that would be awesome. We're looking at things regarding ADUs and other stuff. So I appreciate you coming by and traveling all up to New Hampshire. So thank you very much.
We appreciate traveling to New Hampshire.
All right, we had somebody cancel from the 11:30 or 10:30 to 11:15. So we're gonna try to start the next presentation a little early, but let's take a 10-minute break and we'll come back. Come back at 10:55. Okay, welcome back, Special Committee on Housing. So our next presentation is going to be from Christopher Parker from the City of Dover. Christopher is the Deputy City Manager and Director of Strategic Initiatives. Thank you for coming. Just mind hitting your mic for us, people viewing from home. No, it's got to be the red. There you go.
Technology. Again, my name is Christopher Parker. I'm the Deputy City Manager with the City of Dover. For way of background, I've been with the city since 1997, including over 20 years with the Department of Planning and Community Development, of which I was the director for, I believe, 15 and a half years. So I have definitely witnessed housing changes in the city, particularly having grown up there. And so I'm happy to discuss our philosophy, discuss the zoning that we've enacted and other land use changes, and then take questions if that works for the commission. So our philosophy is rooted in a couple different areas. The first is that we want to encourage private rights, private property rights, including development rights, and protect those development rights, whether they belong to the community, whether they belong to the property owner, or the abutter. We recognize that all three groups have vested interests in land development in the community. In the face of housing, we have decided as a community that it is better to be welcoming and open and encourage density and development, encouraging more people to participate in our community and be engaged in our community than to do the alternative. In that regards, as we've studied housing and the variables that affect housing over the past 10 to 20 years, we've recognized a few things. The most important one, I think, is recognizing the variables that go into the cost of housing. I'm going to run through those. They're a bit alliterative and they're designed that way, but I think the terms cover more of a broad area. So the first is land. The cost of land has to play into it. Land, particularly in a community that's celebrating its 400th anniversary this year, is a little bit tight. And we have developed continually over the past 400 years, particularly over the past 20 years. I believe in the 2010 and 2020 census, we were among the fastest growing communities in the state. So land costs have continued to rise. And if you pay attention to the market and you pay attention to market forces, you'll recognize that even in recessions, land might stabilize, but it typically does not actually go down. It's kind of like taxes. Things stabilize, but they don't necessarily go down. The second L that I would refer to is lumber. And this could be any material required to build houses. I just like the L of lumber. So it can be the nails, it can be the drywall, it can be the roofing, it can be certainly the timber required. Those costs have continued to go up as well. The third L would be labor. We do not do well as a state, community, or society of encouraging people to go into the labor force from a hands-on standpoint. The average age of an electrician in this state is 55 years old. The average age of a carpenter is older. And if you think about what is needed to build houses, it is labor and lumber. You can have all the land you want if you don't have people that actually can build the house, or if any of you, like me, have tried to do remodeling of our own house or fix something, you'll find that that labor pool has continued to dwindle and it continued to go much more costly. Take a break for a second on that and go through some of the cost elements that those three areas bring up. If you think about the cost of a house, and let's use a 1,600 square foot house, which I will admit is bigger than my house, but is typically considered a middle range house. Today, the cost of that house would be about $205 a square foot on a good day. So that 1,600 square foot house is over $300,000, almost $350,000 just to build. Let's not add the land in. Let's not add the fact that the builder isn't doing it to be altruistic and wants to profit. They are in the business of that. So there's a reason why we see continued escalation in affordability just from a market standpoint. Back to the L's, of which there are 5. The fourth L is lending. For a number of years, the lending aspect was good. If you look back up until really the past year, year and a half, mortgage rates, interest rates were very favorable, and that was spurring development. And what I would hear often from developers was, the cost of money is so cheap, I can absorb the cost of land, lumber, and labor to make it ameliorate out. I can deal with that. What I'm hearing now is, we built houses when interest rates were in the mid-teens in the early 80s. We built houses in the 90s when the interest rates were in the high single digits. We can build houses now at the 6. The big thing we're finding with interest rate rising is that someone like me, who has a 2.3% interest rate, is not going to sell their house. And so existing home sales have flatlined or coming on the market, supply has flatlined or stabilized receded. And that is what's driving costs relative to that, is that the supply is going down because new houses are still being built, and new house financing has different mechanisms in place, different programs than existing home. Typically, a new home, they can buy down points, they can reduce that interest rate, assist a buyer. An existing home seller is not going to have that same opportunity to do so, or may not take advantage of the same opportunity through their buying power. So they're going to face that. And again, if you have a low interest rate, you have to make the decision, do I want to take on a new interest rate, and is the property I'm going to buy that much better than what I have now? And so we're seeing a very dramatic change than what we saw a few years ago on existing homes coming on the market. So the 5th L is legislative. And we recognize in Dover that we could, as a community, buy land and sell it dirt cheap. We certainly could try to buy materials or provide labor, but the reality is none of those things are going to happen. So you come down to financing, the lending L, or legislative. And for the community, the most cost-effective measure we determined was the legislative. So starting in 2010, we started making legislative changes regarding housing, housing affordability, and housing opportunity. One of the first was, prior to the state adopting accessory dwelling unit regulations, the city of Dover put accessory dwelling unit regulations in place. In fact, we worked with a variety of stakeholders in 2010 and 11 when the state was developing its regulations, and a lot of them were modeled off of what we had already looked at in Dover at the time. We recognized at the time it was both an opportunity to get new homeowners or people that wanted to move towards homeownership a unit. It was also a way for people to stay in their homes. One of the things we constantly want to be aware of is that housing is not just for the young, old, or in between, it's for all. So we wanted to be able to provide opportunities for aging in home by allowing people that maybe would have been empty nesters, would have sold and tried to find a place to stay in the community, to stay in their existing home, rent a space to help recoup some income, to bring in income. So that was one of the reasons why we did the accessory dwelling unit ordinance 13 years ago. In addition to that, we started looking at our density, and we made a conscious decision as a community that we wanted to start building community, particularly walkable communities, and increasing our density and recognizing that density was not bad. It really came down to an idea that still resonates, I think, and I'll use myself as an example again. I have a 24-year-old. I would really like him to not live in my basement. At the same time, I don't necessarily want him living in California because that's where he can afford to live. Probably a bad example. I would like him to be able to live in Dover, just as I moved out of my parents' basement and moved into an apartment in the community and then bought a home in the community and raised my family there. I want the same for him. So we try to personalize it and look at it not as how do we encourage outsiders to come, but we recognize that we want to help provide a way for our own community to grow and stay in the community, whether they are empty nesters or starting out in the world. So we recognize that density is a way to do that. So we created, about that same time, a transfer of development rights ordinance. And the transfer of development rights ordinance idea is you want to preserve and protect open space, and at the same time, you don't want that property owner to lose their development rights so they can then transfer them somewhere else. So we identified at the time a mechanism, and it was based upon the Spalding Turnpike, which effectively bisects the community. If my hand is over, right down the middle is the Spalding Turnpike. And so the ordinance at the time said, if you own land to the west of the Spalding, that tended to be our more rurally designated zoning and land uses. If you own land there and choose to, you can provide the density to someone on the east side of the Spalding. So there was typical underlying zoning, density allowed, et cetera. And you were able to take that, and there was a formula that was created. I like to say that I'm not an engineer because I don't do math. I'm not an architect for the same reason. So the math on this was really bad. But the formula allowed you to go from A to B. And that existed unutilized for 8 years. 2018, we said, okay, we need to figure out a way to make this utilized. And so we re-looked at it from the standpoint of land banking. And we calculated the amount of money the city, through its conservation efforts and in other ways, had put land into conservation and protected it. We calculated the value of that. We calculated the cost per acre. And we said, you can reimburse the city and buy the development rights that the community has bought. Again, our mindset is that the property owner has development rights, the city has development rights, and the abutters have development rights. So this was a way to take into account those two. So at the time, again, this is 2018, we calculated that the city had spent $13,402 per acre on land preservation. So we said, you can buy density from the city and place it anywhere in their criteria. It's not as blanket as we're going to go here. It is a articulated zoning ordinance. And we said, we're going to allow this to occur. And then the design of affordability came up. And so what we said was, we want to encourage affordability. And our master plan specifically said at the time, and still says, even though it's a newer chapter, that smaller units are more desirable. That we were hearing from millennials, we were hearing from baby boomers, we were hearing from people that, like myself and my wife, that want to downsize, that they want essentially the same thing. They want places to hang their hat and to have experiences out of. They are less inclined, both of those age groups, to want to paint the house every couple of years, fix the boiler, worry about the roof caving in, mowing lawns. They have other things they want to be doing with their time. They want smaller units. 1,000 square foot was the unit size that we had heard a lot of. So we came back and we said, okay, 13,402 is the general price. However, if you're willing to create a 1,400 square foot unit, we will allow you to pay 2/3 that cost, $9,000. If you are willing to do a 1,000 square foot unit, you can pay $6,000 per. The trade-off is those 1,000 and 1,400 square foot units are deed restricted for no expansion, no additional space. And the idea was, when we looked at the market at the time, there was a very different cost per square foot for homes that were 1,000 or 1,400 square feet. They typically were closer to the 2.25 to 3.25 price point than larger units. The 2,200 square foot, 2,500 square foot, much closer to the 550 entry point versus this desirable smaller square footage. So this seemed like a good idea, and we were getting a lot of interest. In the first year, I think we raised over $1 million for the Conservation Fund through the selling of the density and locking in. The problem we found is the market. And the market is a very good thing, but it also likes to do what it wants to do. So what happened was I would buy a development right, and I would say, I'm going to limit this to 1,000 square feet or 1,400 square feet. And then I would start building my house and I would put it on the market. And the market was so strong that someone would come along and offer to buy it. And then they would say, you know what? I don't want builder grade. I want cherry cabinets. I don't want laminate floor. I want X floor. I don't want Formica. I want granite quartz. Name your countertop. I don't want the 8 by 10 deck. I want a 22 by 18 deck. And all of a sudden, those 1,400 square foot units, which were listed on the market for 3.25, were selling for 450 to 500,000. So we thought, well, on the one hand, the ordinance did exactly what we wanted to do. It spurred increased growth. It spurred smaller units, but it was not getting the affordable aspect. So we met with builders, because one of the things that we have done in the community since about when I started with the community is we have said, look, unless I win Powerball, I'm not going to be a developer. So that means that whether it's myself, the planning board, the zoning board, or the city council, we can make regulations all we want, but if we can't find people that want to use them, why did we create these ordinances? If they're not usable by the public, by the landowners, then they're useless ordinances. So we continually meet with development professionals, whether they are developers, attorneys, financial, or surveyor engineers. We meet with them and say, how would these actually get effectuated? And through that, we kept hearing time and time again, there were two major things that drove the price of development from their standpoint. One was time, and one was money. The longer the process, the more they have to send an attorney to a meeting, the longer that occurs, or the more cost they incur, the more they pass that on to the end user. The second was the cost. So we looked at our fee structures, and we said, short of giving density and saying there is no value to density, which is a bad thing, what can we do? So we came up with a change in 2020 that says those three layers still exist. The unrestricted, the 14, and the 1,000. But we added a new layer, which was HUD fair market restricted. And we said, if you are willing to build a unit and restrict the value to the HUD fair market value as published by New Hampshire Housing Finance in April of every year, then there is no cost for that unit. The difference, the distinction is similar to how the other units are deed restricted, so they can't be above 14 or 1,000 square feet. In this case, the unit is forever deeded as needing to meet those targets. And unlike the other programs where we say, whatever your base density could have been, let's say that this table is my lot, and by the base zoning, I could get 8 units on it. And I use the transfer development rights program to buy an additional 3. Those 3 are the ones that would be restricted at the 1,000 or the 1,400. But the original, what my rights to start with would be unrestricted and would have no impacts. In this case, we said, we're going to make that change different. Those 8 units you could have gotten by right, those also have to be deed restricted. So the whole thing has to be restricted. We've had one, I think, fairly public success with that. On Back River Road in Dover, we have a project called the Cottages. The base density on the 7-acre lot was 9 units. They're building 44 units. They are 400 square foot units. They're 1 bedroom. They are designed so that you have indoor and outdoor space. They have farmers' porches. They have an area where you will be able to have a fire pit and outdoor enjoyment. They're based on a design around a common area, so that each one looks at the old style New England common. They have parking that's set aside. There are walking trails. There's a community building, so that when you have a party where you need to fit more than 4 people in your unit, you can rent that, similar to a club room that you might find in a apartment or condominium building. There is laundry facility there. There's laundry facilities in each unit. There's a gym, I believe, in that club room. So the idea they had was, we need to embrace this, and that's their program. Since that project, we have approved, I believe, 5 more projects with that same basic philosophy of developers, property owners have said, if I can lower my barrier to entry, if I can reduce my upfront costs, I'm more than willing to make these commitments, because the upfront costs are what they're struggling to overcome to get shovels in the ground. They're comfortable that the strength of the market, they will be able to rent the units, they will be able to commit to the unit occupation and get the derivatives they need later on to carry the cost. It's just that upfront cost that is much more of a struggle, particularly as interest rates have gone up and as the labor and lumber costs have gone up. So I would say that we have had success in this, sort of changing the philosophy to say, we're going to incentivize density. That is the avenue we took of, we don't think it's fair to bang people over the head and say, you have to do this. But if we give people an option, we give people an option that appeals to them and says, we want you to be whole too. The reason that the home builders, the reason that the development community builds is because that's their business. And so they need to be respected for that, and they need to be made whole. At the same time, we recognize that unfettered market is creating a scenario where affordability is a struggle. And so to that regard, we have found this path to be working for our community.
Well, thank you very much. You've given a lot to think about. I have one question before I take them. How has the increased density affected the stress on the community water sewer? Can you talk a little bit about that? And if you maybe put aside some extra funding to reinforce the extra use that it's getting?
That's a great question. And I will say, when I've gone to other communities and talked about this process, the first thing I say is, if you don't have water and sewer infrastructure, density is the biggest concern you're going to have, because lack of that water and sewer infrastructure is what holds back most communities from a density. 80% of our community has water and sewer infrastructure. While we have agreed that the cost to buy the units is something we are willing to bring down, we have not reduced our water sewer investment fees, and we have not removed our impact fees. So we have impact fees for school, police, fire, and recreation. And so a single family home in Dover, it is approximately $14,000 of investment or impact fees per unit to come in. The cottage units I mentioned are a little bit less, because they are 1 bedroom. They're typically not going to generate school-age children, and the school portion of our impact fees is the highest. But the water sewer investment is specifically to address capacity issues and to allow us as a community to continue to invest in our infrastructure needs and make sure that the water and sewer infrastructure are in place.
And have you seen a obviously increased stress, but have those fees been able to balance with the increased stress on the
Yes,
system?
the impacts have not been necessarily stressful. We've been aware of them, but the fees are put in place, and our capital improvements program is designed to anticipate that growth. At the same time, we do not take on offsite impacts or take that off the table for you. So if you're a property owner, that 44 unit project that I mentioned, they had to make water and sewer upgrades to the lines in their area to make sure they could accommodate, that we could accommodate the needs. It's a back and forth conversation. But through the capital improvements program, we are trying to anticipate continued growth and direction.
Great, thank you, Representative Baruti.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think you stole my question. However, my question was to include your permitting fees, your building permits and all that, your fire, school fire, of course, the water and sewer, that's all in it. You mentioned 14,000 for a single family. What about the 40-unit building and excuse me, and let's include the actual cost of the permits.
That does not include any building permit or entitlement fees. So if you think about it, the average cost for that project, the 44-unit project, our site plan review fees are capped at $10,000 per project. So they paid the site plan review fees to go through the entitlement process, and then they paid any inspection fees. Those fees, the entitlement review fees, as well as the inspection fees, whether they be site inspections in the engineering office or the fire, life safety, or building inspection fees, those are all going into the operating fund to help maintain the costs associated with the service. It's a fee-for-service model. So we do not remove those fees or ameliorate those fees. Those fees are the fees they are. What we do is when you come in at the initial conversation with us, we give you an estimate of what we think those fees are going to be so that you can build those into your pro forma, because we do not want you to get down the road and then say, wait a second, I didn't realize I was going to have to pay this. So we have gotten very adept over the past 10 years that I don't want to waste my time. So I don't want to have conversations that sound great and then have someone come along and say, oh, I can't afford this. So we make sure it's upfront what those costs are. And again, we are at we have an application fee, a $200 application fee, and then it is footage for multifamily or by unit for single family, the entitlement review costs, and then the building permit review costs are based on a
locations where your town spoke on this project. So the initial density for that unit for the cottages would have allowed, I think you said 9 units. So did they buy the development rights that got, about 3 questions. Did they buy the development rights to gain the extra 36 units?
by agreeing to do the HUD rental rate. They effectively bought it, but there was no charge for them.
Okay. You had talked about, follow-up, capping the size of buildings. So are you also capping the size of those cottages so that they can't come back later and want to add for an addition off the side or so forth?
They are capped at 600 square feet. So in this case, they are building 400. They're capped at 6. The layout for those specific ones are such that they will probably not meet the building code if they do any enlargement. We did have them build in some storage space off the rear. From an aesthetic standpoint, we recognize that people have things, and we wanted to be able to, like bikes and things like that. So we wanted to encourage them. And I should clarify, in case it's not clear, the 600, the 1,000, and the 1,400 is conditioned space. So the spaces might be larger because if it's unconditioned, a basement crawl space, an attic, ventilation, those sort of things, those do not count. It is conditioned usable space that is the cap.
And finally, one more. So as I read about those lofts and the cottages, and it talks about, I'm assuming there's a bedroom at grade, but there's also a loft upstairs. So you told me that, this is primarily, a couple or a person. But then the worrisome item for town fathers is that they will grow the family and you'll have the second bedroom upstairs. Is that capped in any way?
It's not. And when that was going through the entitlement project, the state had not adopted Schedule Q of the building code, which is specifically targeted towards what the market likes to call tiny homes. And so in our mind, those loft areas were unconditioned space. They were being provided as additional storage space. And the way that they are laid out, it's not full headroom. Our agreement with them is that these are 1-bedroom units. So we, through a development agreement process, locked that in because we wanted to make sure that there was no bait and switch conversation. We have our end to uphold, the developer has their end to uphold.
And if I could just ask, and what is the HUD rate for that rental unit?
When they were approved, it was, I believe, $990 a month, and it is now closer to $1,200 a month.
With utilities?
The utility, I believe the electric is included, but water sewer is not included.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the courtesy.
Of course, Representative Gibbs.
Thank you. I have two questions. First, am I correct in assuming that in addition to the fees that you described, is the city also receiving substantially higher property taxes for the developed properties than you were receiving before?
Certainly, when land is developed, the tax valuation does change, and so that is something we're aware of, but we do not calculate it as part of the process.
No, I understand that. But does that assist in addressing any, for instance, water and sewer issues?
So the water and sewer are enterprise funds, so they are, again, user fees. So if there is water sewer usage, that is accounted for. From an operating budget standpoint, yes, we do anticipate that increased valuation will help cover the general municipal costs, police response, fire response, et cetera, that may be generated. One thing that is of note, and I'm using the cottage project, but it would apply to any similar. In that case, one of the things we negotiated with the property owner was, through the development process, was that it would remain as a single entity governing. We didn't want to have 44 new water and sewer users. We wanted to have one entity that was going to be making sure the payments were made. At the same time, from a life safety standpoint, we wanted to make sure there was one entity that was plowing and making sure that there were no obstructions for response, as opposed to having to deal with 44 individuals.
Thank you. And my second question is, I hope, simpler. I find your development incentive really very interesting. And I would like to be able to read a copy of your current transfer of development rights ordinance. Would it be possible for you to send that ordinance or link to that ordinance to the committee members by email?
Absolutely. We have, I have it in two forms, and I'll send both, I guess, to Representative Alexander.
We have a special email.
Oh, great.
Nate can give
Great.
it to you. It's House Special Committee of Housing.
Great. I can certainly send that out this afternoon. It'll be twofold. One, a link to the PDF of the ordinance itself, and then we have an information sheet that we developed, hopefully putting some of it in layman's terms to help explain the processes and the opportunities.
Thank you. That would be very helpful.
You're welcome.
Great. Representative Walsh.
Yep, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for coming. It is an interesting sounding ordinance. Aside from, she asked the two things I wanted to as far as more information. On top of the PDF and the layman's version, any images or anything else you can provide just to give people a sense of it?
Sure, I can provide the what we call the yield plan, which is the here's what you could have done plan, and then the here's what they did do plan. We've got a couple different projects that we could probably look at getting you. We also have, this was one of those, we average in Dover, a planning board review takes one meeting. So the staff works behind the scenes with the applicant maybe 2 months. But then it is a one meeting presentation to the planning board. This was actually a 2 meeting, and I was glad it was a 2 because it was a good opportunity for the developer and the staff to walk the public through, not just the board members through, but the public through this opportunity that was before us. The partners, the developers, they produced I think, some great examples of renderings, of balloon test examples of things, because people heard high density and they assumed it was much different than what it is. So I'll provide those as well, because I think that was really helpful for people to think it's not. People like to use the term tiny house, and the reason I use cottages is because we all see the HGTV idea of a tiny house, and that's not what these are. In some ways, it's getting back to a more basic living space that really meets your needs as opposed to your wants, because folks that are needing to afford this, that is what they're trying to achieve, is their basic needs.
Representative Yocella?
Thank you. Thank you for taking questions. My concern, as I was hearing the what was going on in your situation, was kind of like we agreed or we negotiated or we came to an agreement about X, like it was going to be all owned by one person or whatever, and that brings the question of how reproducible is this situation? Is this kind of a one-off if you have to make certain agreements for it, or how much was just following what was in this ordinance that you gave me, or that you're going to provide to the committee, that's just like, boilerplate, anyone could have done this exact same thing, and can you kind of talk about, like, was there variances, was there hurdles that you still saw that would make it hard to reproduce the same type of thing elsewhere? Thank you.
So I am a big purveyor of the idea that rules are meant to be rewritten, and that something that was written in 1948, which is when Dover adopted zoning, very rarely should it be the same in 2023. I have a copy of the 1948 zoning ordinance, and there are things that are still in there. But the idea was, we want to learn from the current trends, we want to learn from the past, and we want to learn from what our stakeholders are telling us. To that extent, it's been written so that it can be transferable, because we want to be sharing with other community members. The planning director, Donna Benton, who unfortunately could not be here today, she is the president of the New Hampshire Planners Association, and she thinks of things from the standpoint of, we need to be sharing. So the ordinance itself, I think, is highly transferable. It is a search and replace Dover for X. The other portions, I think, shouldn't be transferable, in the sense that your community and its reaction to a site plan or a subdivision plan needs to be calibrated to your community as opposed to what Dover's was. I mentioned the maintenance and the snow plowing and things like that. The fire chief was the one that said, at one point, the layout, they were going to have to lose 10 units because they couldn't meet the fire code of distance between where the access way is to the front door of the unit. And the fire chief came in and said, I understand how important this is. Let's think creatively. And we looked at it, and he said, if you did this and this, and we did this and this, you can get those 10 units. But in order for us to feel comfortable with that, we need you to say, we're not going to leave it up to the individual tenants to shovel their walkway in the winter. We want a agreement that you are going to, as the management company, do this. The company said, we take pride in ownership, and we don't want to see dishevelment either. So it works for us. Those sorts of things are in a development agreement, which is easily templatable. And we've shared both the ordinance, the development agreement, as well as other aspects. The lease agreement that is part of the approval, which says, number one, an improvement on the site to provide visitor parking. And the leases say, if you have a visitor, this is the visitor parking space, not over here. This was one I felt unfortunate about. The initial plan had a community garden that was going to go in the front of the property along the main road. The neighbors said that they did not want that, that they were against that because they assumed that it would be positive in the beginning and then people would lose interest and it would look overgrown and weedy. The developer said that they would not include that component. The developer originally talked about doing solar panels to help offset electric costs. The neighbors said they don't want to see solar panels. Solar panels are ugly, just like community gardens are. And so they reworked the layout to address that. The biggest abutter that came out was, ironically, the person that sold the property to the property or the developer, who did not think that the density was going to be as high as it was. And they came out and they said, we want more money, which the planning board thankfully said, that is not our purview. He wanted a different curb cut for his own house because his house was next door, and they were able to work that in and work a couple things in. What I'm getting at is, in every case, there is going to be a butter mitigation. The density conversation comes into play because one of our criteria is that the density has to be in keeping with the density and intensity of the neighboring lots. So in order to get the ordinance, the property owner has to show that these are not going to stand out like a sore thumb. And the example we typically use is if you have a single family neighborhood and someone came in and they said, we're going to put in a 10 unit single building, that would not be keeping with the spirit and intent of the neighborhood. In this case, there were singles, duplex, and triplexes all within I believe it's 250 foot in either direction review area that we have, including a 10 unit right across the street. So it was a much less of a concern in that regard. Further up the road, we had a different project that they came in, they said they wanted 80 units where they could have gotten 40. I believe at the end of the day, the planning board agreed to about half of that. And when the planning board agrees to give you the additional unit count, it says, this is the most you can do. You now go through the site plan process. And if you can't fit it because the engineering and the site work doesn't work, don't come back to us and say, figure out a way. It's up to you. So in that case, that project got approved for somewhere closer to 60, and they ended up doing closer to 50 because the stormwater management, all of the other aspects of the site planning came into play, the ledge, wetlands, et cetera. And that's another thing I should put out there is the planning board has been very clear that it is not interested in, as a point blank conversation. It's not interested in saying wetlands buffers, steep slopes, stream beds. We'll give you conditional use permits to get around those for density. It says you have to make the case. You still have to apply for that relief. You still have to justify under the local and state code why we should grant this environmental relief and show us that there was no other way to do it, because density is good and we want to promote it. But on the other hand, there's a balance and we want to make sure we maintain that balance.
Okay, so it seems to me that you're saying the abutters had an issue whether it was going to be 9 units or 44,
Correct.
and you did your best to alleviate those concerns. But at the end of the day, the planning board had to make a
Correct.
call. Okay. Correct. All right, Representative Walsh.
Just a quick question. Just to get until I see the information, just a general sense. How big was the lot you were looking at? If it's 12 homes, I'm assuming at least 12 acres. And what was the zoning in the area at the time?
Would you believe it's 7 acres? Yeah. So the zoning is 12,000 square foot minimum lot size. So it's that's actually our suburban density. Our largest zone is acre. And Dover uses contiguous upland, not square footage. So it's 12,000 contiguous upland. Our more urban is down to 4,000 square foot lots. So in this case, the 7 acres was going to yield 9 lots because there's steep slopes, there's wetlands, there's wetland buffers, there's a stream. The Bellamy River is in the backside, so there was a shoreland overlay district, things of that nature. So they got, the developer has said they got 44 units on 3 acres because that's when you look at the specific built area. I say it's on the 7 acres because the stormwater management and the trails that they provided and the things of that nature take up the full 7 acres.
Are there any other questions? Perfect. Well, thank you very much for coming, and we look forward to you sending us an email regarding the site plan and everything, so we can look at that.
You're very welcome. Thank you for having me, and I'm always available and happy to chat, as is Ms. Benton, who could not be here.
Perfect. Thank you. So with that, we're going to break for lunch. So let's, we have a presentation on the zoning atlas at 1 o'clock. So we'll see you back at 1. We are going to hear from our last presenter today. I want to welcome the St. Anselm College Center for Ethics and Society to come up and present some new research on the New Hampshire Zoning Atlas. Came out, I think, this week, right? So I want to invite up an old college professor not of mine, but at St. Anselm College that I knew while I was at college, Max Latona. And then I'd also like to invite up Ben Frost from New Hampshire Housing and Jason Sorens from, I forget, the American Institute for Economic Research. Welcome.
Okay, thank you, Representative Alexander and the committee for inviting us here today. You've already been introduced to us. I do want to say that the three of us are part of the leadership team for this project that I'll be describing in a moment. There are a few others who couldn't make it today, and I'll mention them as well. But we're very happy to be here today to give you what is actually the first glimpse to the of the New Hampshire Zoning Atlas, a project that has been under development for well over a year, since December of 2021, actually. And our purposes today is to sort of give you an overview of the project, talk about the process by which it was completed, some of the major findings that we've made as a result of the project, some potential policy implications, and to give you sort of an advanced demonstration, a little demonstration of the Atlas itself and how it could be used. So without further ado, we'll just talk a little bit about some of the basics of the Atlas. As I mentioned, our leadership team that developed this there's really three organizations that are partners in developing the Atlas. It's the Center for Ethics and Society at St. Anselm College, the New Hampshire Housing Finance Authority, and the Office of Planning and Development, the State Office of Planning and Development. And representing the Office of Planning and Development is Noah Hodgetts, the principal planner. He cannot be here today due to illness. But in addition, we also have a wonderful GIS specialist, Rick Lederer Barnes, who did incredible work on this project. He could not be here today as well. And finally, Sarah Marchant. Some of you may remember her from her work in Nashua, as well as with the Northern New England chapter of the American Planners Association. She is currently a chief of staff at the Community Loan Fund. So that is our leadership team. And we've been working on this project now for, as I said, 14 to 15 months. So the first thing I'd like to talk about is a little bit is what is the New Hampshire Zoning Atlas? And quite simply, it's a collaborative project to research, catalog, digitize, and graphically display all of New Hampshire's zoning regulations, community by community, district by district. Why do we need such a thing? Well, as you well know, I'm sure, zoning is complicated in New Hampshire. It's decentralized. You know, as we know, there's over 250 jurisdictions in New Hampshire, each of which has been granted its own authority to provide, to create its own land use ordinances. It's inconsistent from one jurisdiction to the next, what those zoning rules or land use ordinances say, and even within a jurisdiction from one district to the next. And I dare say we've found inconsistencies within single zoning codes as we went through the project. So lots of inconsistency all around. Zoning is complex. As you know, there are layers and layers upon regulations that can govern housing production. It includes housing treatments, but also dimensional regulations and additional things like parking and so on and so forth. Full of jargon. Zoning codes are difficult for the average person to read. You have words like accessory use and buffer zones, conditional use, setbacks, easements, frontage, impervious surfaces, and so on. So it's difficult to understand zoning for the average person. It's also piecemeal, just in terms of how these zoning codes were developed over time. It wasn't systematically done in most cases, but each year some change or addition is introduced into the code. And in the end, you have basically a very much piecemeal set of rules and that are not systematically streamlined. So given all of those complications, our zoning atlas is intended to help communities and policymakers in New Hampshire simply understand our zoning, understand the zoning within a given community, but also collectively across the communities, and to understand how those zoning rules impact housing supply and affordability. So what we really hope to do with this atlas is to generate a healthy statewide discourse about our land use ordinances and how they impact housing supply and affordability. And we think understanding is the best tool to facilitate that kind of discourse, and this is what this atlas is intended to help us understand our zoning. So that's a simple overview of the project. I do want to acknowledge our partners who made this possible. I've already mentioned the Center for Ethics and Society, New Hampshire Housing, and the Office of Planning and Development in Business and Economic Affairs. But we also have some funding partners that have been very important. I'd like to thank Citizens, Charles Koch Foundation, the Mercatus Center, Evernorth, and New Hampshire Realtors. All have been very important for producing this project. I also want to make a note or a nod to our national partners. As you may know, there is a national zoning atlas project going on, led by Sarah Bronin out of Cornell University. And there are a number of other states, at least 30 or so, that are currently working on atlases. So we're part of a growing, I think, consciousness and awareness across the nation about zoning regulations, how they impact housing production. And we're excited to see this kind of work happening across the country. Just quickly, our timeline and milestones. So as I mentioned, this idea was generated in December of 2021. In January of 2022, we assembled our leadership team, who I've already introduced to you. And by March, we secured funding for the project. And in April, May, we hired our zoning.
If you wanted to really dig into these data, you can do so. We're going to make these publicly available for free online so that researchers can use them and really anyone can use them. There are two data sets. One is sort of the raw data, which is a Google sheet. Anyone can get into there and look at that. And it's got all the zoning districts in the state, base and overlay districts. It includes districts that don't appear on zoning maps, like a lot of floodplain, wetland, and aquifer protection districts that are not actually mapped. Units are not allowed. So residential districts could be one of two types. They could be primarily residential, which means that not much commercial or industrial use is allowed there. They could allow some agriculture and forestry use, could allow maybe churches, utilities, some government functions. But if they don't allow some general category of commercial or industrial use, we call them as primarily residential. Mixed with residential means they allow both residential and some general category of commercial use. Non-residential districts come in three types. We assessed whether they're primarily a general commercial district, primarily an industrial district, or primarily just a conservation or maybe agriculture district where neither commercial nor residential uses are allowed. Then we take into account use zoning of various types. So we look at whether single family homes are allowed, duplexes or 2-family, 3-family, 4-family, and then 5 or more family units are allowed, right? So that has to do with the number of units allowed in a single structure. We code features relating to affordable housing if there are special benefits or requirements for dwelling units that are guaranteed affordable. So there's a legal mandate that they be affordable to people of a certain income. Then we have that information in there. Accessory dwelling units, or accessory apartments as they're sometimes called. We have several features of those available, and how manufactured housing is treated. So those are some examples of the kind of use categories that we capture in the zoning atlas. And then in addition to that, we capture dimensional and parking regulations. So that includes things like minimum lot size, minimum frontage, minimum front setback, minimum side setback, minimum rear setback, maximum lot coverage, maximum height, maximum number of bedrooms. A number of these features that you can think of, we have in our data set. So we are talking about ultimately about 200 different variables or fields in this data set, capturing everything from minimum parking requirements to dimensional regulations to use categories. We also capture whether a district allows dwelling units that are elderly only for a certain type. So maybe it allows 3 family structures, but only if they're limited to elderly. Or maybe they allow 3 family structures, but only if they're guaranteed affordable. So we capture those characteristics as well.
So this is a lot of information, so feel free to ask as we go along. I have a question. How did you account for flex zones, commercial, industrial, or commercial residential? Like, how do you, are there data points for those?
Yes.
Two.
So those would be classified as mixed with residential if they allow mixed use, or if they allow both residential and commercial structures, then that's a mixed with residential district. So we are able to show you, although our focus is on housing, we are able to show you what parts of New Hampshire allow at least one general category of commercial use. And that's fairly interesting. We see that, I'm just going to kind of make a generalization here, that in the more rural parts of the state, actually, there tends to be more land available for commercial and industrial use, and maybe that's part of their strategy to grow their tax base. Whereas in the more kind of suburban southeastern part of the state, you have a lot of districts that exclude commercial entirely.
Representative Gibbs.
Thank you. Is there such a thing, I speak here from personal experience, is there such a thing as commercial agricultural?
Yes, so under state law, agricultural use is allowed throughout the entire territory, unless it's a conservation-only area. So there aren't any municipalities that actually prohibit agricultural uses.
That wasn't my question.
Okay.
Are there areas where agricultural use is allowed, but there are restrictions on commercial use?
Yes, yes. So we have, as a category of non-residential district, we have a conservation/agriculture category. So those would be districts where residential is not allowed, commercial is not allowed, industrial is not allowed, but agriculture might be.
So for commercial use, it would be necessary to get a variance.
Exactly.
Or for housing use.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Another good point here, if we really want to get into the weeds, is if it allows commercial uses only through special exception or something like that, we do code it as commercial being allowed, even though that's a kind of special permit. So long as it doesn't require an actual variance. As we know, the criteria for a variance can be quite restrictive, and there's no guarantee of getting one. So that's the approach we took. Yes, I'm going to go through a few of the findings, then hand it over to Ben Frost. So just a little bit of what you're going to see once this is goes live to the public on May 9th. You'll be able to go through a section of the Zoning Atlas website called a story map, and it has a kind of analytical description of features of New Hampshire zoning along with illustrative maps. And then we're also going to have in there, and we're going to talk about it briefly today, a really detailed analysis of Manchester and the surrounding communities and how they zone for housing. There's also going to be an interactive atlas, and you're going to see a demonstration of that today. And I'm very excited about this. This is a feature that I think is going to get a lot of attention and use. It will allow you to show what parts of the state are available for single family, 2-family, 5+ family, with minimum lot sizes between various types, where elderly only housing is allowed, where affordable only housing is allowed. So that you're going to be able to do a lot of things there, and you can click on any zoning district and you're going to get the whole set of attributes for that zoning district. So again, if you really want to dig into it, you're going to find all those things I just mentioned that we have in there are going to be available to you.
So the whole thing will be searchable?
The whole thing will be searchable. You'll be able to search for an address, and it'll pull up that zoning district that address is a part of.
Thank you.
That's incredible. Representative Reed.
First of all, I just want to apologize for coming in late. Absolutely no disrespect meant. I'm super excited about these tools that you're developing. This particular one, will the type of housing allowed in the area be like, so where a mobile home is allowed versus not, or modular is one that I seem to always get fuzzy on where that's allowed. So that will be,
Yeah, so in the interactive atlas, I don't know that we have a filter set up, but maybe this is something we could set up in the next month. I'm sure it'd be pretty easy to show where manufactured housing is allowed. We do have some static maps that show how manufactured housing is treated, but to make that part of the interactive atlas would be a cool idea.
That would be really cool.
I have a-
Yes, Representative Reed.
another one, and this might be slightly off topic, but going off of what Representative Gibbs had brought up and you speaking on agriculture. So there's nowhere in the state, on the state level, the state, you said the state guarantees that agriculture is allowed everywhere. So does that mean that towns don't have ordinances that prohibit certain agricultural activity?
There are certain types of agriculture that they can prohibit. I believe it's, and Ben, you may know the law on this. I think it's tilling of the ground or something like that is the phrase in state law.
Tilling of ground and cultivation of crops must be allowed essentially anywhere. So you can keep your garden no matter what district you happen to be living in.
You can grow
But
a lot
lives-
of
yeah.
wheat or whatever, but,
Mhm.
but livestock. maybe,
Livestock
okay.
can be limited. Yeah.
There may be some limitations on things like livestock, and there's also and we're talking just now about zoning. There's also other regulatory issues such as site plan review, so that a municipality may legitimately subject some portions of a farming operation to site plan review, such as a farm stand.
Is it then unusual for a town to prohibit things like backyard chickens, things like that, or is that fairly common?
Well, that could fall under livestock, and so there are communities that do limit the phenomenon known as urban chickens. Some limit just roosters and allow the hens because, for obvious reasons, roosters are noisy. So that is subject to limitation.
So what you're saying, Representative Reed, is we need a filter for urban chicken? We need an urban chicken
I would
filter.
like an urban chicken filter
That would be great.
and bees too.
Thank you. Continue, please.
We're getting great ideas. I'm so glad we're doing these pre-briefings. All right, so we're going to focus here today on 5, we think, big findings from the zoning atlas. And so one of the big findings is we wanted to look at what land is available for starter homes. And in particular, when we think about a starter home for ownership, typically this is going to be a detached single-family home, but it's going to come with a small amount of land because it's not going to be affordable if you have a large parcel, say 50 acres, and you're going to subdivide that and build some single-family homes on it. They're not going to be affordable if you can only put 20 single-family homes on it as opposed to 60 single-family homes on it. And so minimum lot size and other density restrictions are a significant factor in whether affordable single-family homes are going to be available. So here we have a map showing where single-family homes are allowed on less than an acre with less than 200 feet of minimum road frontage. Okay, and what we see here is only about 16% of the buildable land area in New Hampshire is available for that kind of development. So even if we exclude conservation lands like the White Mountain National Forest, you see that big gray area in the middle, that's what that is. If we exclude lakes and water bodies and wetlands over 10 acres in size, those are non-buildable areas. Even if we exclude them, only 16% of the rest of the area is available for small lot single family. So those are the orange places on the map here, and you see that actually a few of the cities do reasonably well here. Nashua, Manchester, Londonderry, Dover, Rochester, Somersworth, and then a few highly rural areas, some without zoning in the kind of northwestern part of the state. But everywhere else, my town of Amherst, for example, there's no land available for small lot single family. Finding number 2, we were sort of surprised by this when we found that 2-family seems to be the most harshly treated housing type in New Hampshire. So there's actually, as we're going to see, even less land available for small lot 2-family than there is either single family or 5-family, actually, structures. So, so we find here it's about 11% of the land area is available for duplexes with a maximum density of greater than 2 units per acre. And so again, this is a kind of a measure of where you can find and are able to build affordable 2-family, sort of naturally affordable 2-family structures. We also found 70 jurisdictions where 2-family is just not allowed at all by right. You might be able to do it with a special permit, but you can't do it by right.
Representative Reed.
Oh.
Thank you again for taking my question. Is that, do you expect that that's just, it doesn't make any sense, right? Do you expect that that's just pure like stigma around duplexes, or what do you think might be causing that?
Yeah, it's hard to speculate too much, but I think part of what's going on here, as we're going to see with 5-family being more available than 2-family, is it probably has something to do with the state's workforce housing statute. So the workforce housing statute defines workforce multifamily as 5 units or more in a structure that is affordable, and there's a definition of affordability in there. And so that has probably caused a lot of communities to be a little bit more tolerant of 5-family than they are of 2, 3, and 4-family. But even so, it is kind of interesting. The other feature of this is that 2-family under state law is not allowed to be subject to site plan review. And it could be that some communities think that, well, with site plan review, we can have a public hearing, there's some discretion involved, maybe we'll allow something if site plan review is available that we will not allow if it's not available. Again, this is somewhat speculative, but that may be a reason why 3 and 4-family are actually a little bit more widely available than 2-family.
Representative Gibbs.
Thank you. I'm curious, I should mention I worked for HUD for 29 years. I'm curious why the definite, and you may know this or you may not, but if you do, I'd be interested, why the state's definition of workforce housing is 5 or more units. Normally, the definition of multifamily housing is 4 or more units. So do you know why in this case it's 5 or more?
It's hard to say. I mean, this was enacted in, I think, 2008. And so that probably there's something about legislative intent there that I'm not privy to.
There is some history to this, Representative Gibbs, and it was maintained at the time in 2008 that 5 units was the minimum number of units necessary for a developer profitably to be able to develop multifamily. Now, the statutes have 2 different definitions of, in effect, multifamily. The workforce housing law says 5 or more. The site plan enabling statute says 3 or more, meaning that's the jurisdictional threshold for planning board review. So for a planning board to exercise jurisdiction over something other than a single family home, as Jason properly said, they cannot do site plan review on a duplex. They can do, if they want to, site plan review on a 3-plex or more. To meet the requirement of the workforce housing law, a municipality must allow 5-unit structures somewhere in some reasonable fashion.
Thank you. Thank you both.
Thank you. Okay, so let's move now to 5+ family. And here we have a slightly different map because it shows also where 5+ family is allowed only with restrictions. So either it must be guaranteed affordable or it must be elderly only housing. And we see that, for instance, I think that's Londonderry there in yellow. Much of its territory is open to restricted 5+ family. And so we see here that small lot 5 family is available on somewhat less land than small lot single family was. And again, this is defined as maximum density of greater than 2 units per acre. But it is allowed on more land than the small lot 2 family was. And so overall, I think that the conclusion from all three of these findings is, however, that the vast majority of land is not available for moderately dense housing of any type. So that's going to be over 80% of the land area is not available for small lots, single family, two family, or five family, or anything in between. And with that, I'll turn it over to you, Ben.
Thanks, Jason. Can you tilt the screen this way? That's great, thank you. So I'm going to present the remaining two findings that we have. And these, just bear in mind, these are 5 findings that we chose because they really struck us as being important. But this is very preliminary. And there's a lot more to learn about the data that are available, and we'll be ourselves studying it and relying on others to do the same. Finding number 4 looks at a region of the state. And so this is Manchester and its surrounding 7 communities. And we wanted to essentially zoom in on a portion of the state to do a more in-depth analysis of this, and to demonstrate one of the really important functions of the zoning atlas, and that is it can be combined with other sets of data. And so what we did here was we took the data that are in the zoning atlas and combined it with data showing the footprint of buildings. That is demonstrating that a property has already been developed. So while the zoning atlas itself might say that for these 8 communities, Manchester and its surrounding 7 communities, 21% of the land is available for development. In fact, a good portion of that has already been developed. Meaning, when you combine these 2 data sets, the zoning atlas and the footprint data that we had available to us, only 7.8% of the land area is available for development. That means not a lot. In these fairly densely developed communities, Manchester, Bedford would argue that it's fairly built out. Londonderry might also. There's opportunity there perhaps for redevelopment of existing areas that have places that already have development, but that's a lot tougher to do. So let's go to the next one. And the last finding, and this, like finding number 4, this shows an important utility of the zoning atlas, the ability to combine different attributes. So what we did here, looking at accessory dwelling units, and looking at how municipalities approach their legal obligation under statute to allow accessory dwelling units, but also in some cases to impose restrictions, which they legally can do, making it harder to develop accessory dwelling units. The bright yellow color shows those areas where 2 parking spaces are required for any accessory dwelling unit, no matter the size. So you could have a studio apartment where really only one person possibly could live without having to trample over the other person. They're not likely to have 2 cars, and yet the municipality requires 2 parking spaces. And so that's one attribute. The other is whether a public process is required irrespective of the number of parking spaces. So these 2 things merged together show those communities where it is quite a bit more difficult to build accessory dwelling units, to get a permit to do it. And you see that throughout the state, that's an awful lot of the state's municipalities that make it tough to develop accessory dwelling units, which is probably the most innocuous way of increasing our housing supply.
So to clarify, a municipality can require 2 spots on any additional ADU built. So it's only 1 by right, but they're allowed to require up to 2 spots in addition to the ADU.
A municipality may require, and the law calls for, adequate parking. What is adequate is up to the municipality to decide. And
Unless
so,
the legislature defines adequate parking for the purpose of an ADU.
unless the legislature intervened and limited that municipal authority. So you see on this map, the pink colors are those municipalities that require more than 2 parking spaces for an accessory dwelling unit. I won't call them out, but you can see where they are, and you can compare on the map which communities do that. So for an accessory apartment that may be a studio, the municipality might require 3 parking spaces or 4 parking spaces because they deem that to be adequate. Let's move on now to our implications and impact. Oh, Mr. Chairman, a question?
Oh. Okay, Representative Gibbs.
Thank you. Has anyone ever tried challenging that in court? That requiring 2 or 3 or 4 parking spaces as adequate parking is essentially a violation of the common sense definition of the term adequate in the statute?
As far as I know, Representative, no one has yet challenged that sort of requirement. But it may be ripe for a challenge. We want to move on to the implications and the impact of the atlas. And first off, the zoning atlas itself is agnostic. It doesn't make judgments. It simply provides data in an effort to provide folks with the information available to answer questions. So first off, what is it that people need to know about zoning? What is its impact on development? And in particular, and this is what really drove this team to develop the zoning atlas, what is the relationship between zoning and housing development? It doesn't judge, it doesn't provide necessarily the answers, but it provides the tools to people who have the questions to get the answers. And then really backing up, what is the purpose of zoning anyway? You know, if you go back, we've had zoning in New Hampshire for now almost 100 years. It's in the mid-1920s when the legislature passed it's a form of what was then called the Standard State Zoning Enabling Act, which was a model that was promulgated by the federal government under the U.S. Department of Commerce in the 20s. New Hampshire adopted a late draft of that in, I think, 1925. And and the city of Manchester adopted zoning under that, and that was upheld by the New Hampshire Supreme Court as a legitimate exercise of what is known as the police power. That is, to protect public health, safety, and welfare. That is the essence of the police power. And this is a power that is inherent in the legislature and given to municipalities through acts that you adopt. Over time, the interpretation of what zoning is for has dramatically expanded, and I would say in some cases has been contorted. So in the 70s and 80s, we had a really booming time for development and population growth, and we see a response to that among municipalities to say, no, we don't want to grow anymore, to dramatically limit any kind of development except in some cases single-family large lot development. And the fruits of that you see now in the maps we just showed. What is the ability of anyone in any community to develop a small home on a small lot? It is dramatically constrained. You can't build starter homes in New Hampshire for the most part.
Representative Reed.
Thank you. I just want to tell you what I'm hearing and see if I am in fact hearing you correctly. So you're saying that even the variability for a municipality to have zoning was approved originally for the health, safety, and welfare of people, and now over the last 100 years we've seen that not just move beyond, well outside of that scope of health, safety, and welfare, but actually working actively against the health, safety, and welfare of people.
I think you can make that argument. There are many communities in New Hampshire and throughout the country, frankly, that use zoning for the purpose of exclusion, whether it is based on fear of change or fear of people who are different from them or fear of development generally. It is something that municipalities have done, whether consciously or not. And I would say over the past couple decades have become increasingly sophisticated at doing it. So it's harder to challenge these sorts of things in court. Now, I know I've already said this is a state delegated power, and you, the legislature, have the ability then to say how that power is used. You're giving municipalities this authority. You have the authority to say, yes, but. And a couple of those circumstances are the accessory dwelling unit law. It is a state law zoning mandate. You require municipalities to allow at least one attached accessory dwelling unit wherever a single-family home is allowed. But there's flexibility in that law. We talked about the parking requirements. There's other points of flexibility in what the legislature adopted in 2016. And there are a good number of municipalities that use that flexibility to the max to limit property owners' ability to build accessory dwelling units. They make it very difficult, practically infeasible. A second instance where you, the legislature, have told municipalities, yes, you can zone, but is the workforce housing law adopted by the legislature in 2008. It requires, the basic requirement is that municipalities must allow, through their zoning ordinances, if they choose to have one, they must allow a reasonable and realistic opportunity for the development of workforce housing, generally speaking. Part of that is that municipalities must allow, as I said earlier, in some place, within their municipalities, in a reasonable place, multi-unit structures of five units or more. They have to do that. And so, as Jason pointed out, with the comparison of the duplexes versus the fiveplexes, because municipalities have been required to meet this requirement of allowing for fiveplex units somewhere, it may be easier to develop a 5-unit structure in that town than a duplex. And that just doesn't make sense. And this represents the fact that some municipalities will do the absolute minimum, even if it defies logic, because that's what the law tells them to do, and that's all they're going to do. So where does this lead us? I can
Representative
stop for a
Walsh.
question if you wish.
Thank you. Along the lines of workforce housing, is there a formula, a percentage formula based on population?
There is no formula, Representative, and there is a really strong legislative history on this that goes back to before the year in which the workforce housing law was adopted. Goes back, well, in 2003, Senate Bill 95 passed the Senate, wound up in the House, got retained by the House Municipal and County Government Committee, and then in 2004 in January, ultimately the bill died. But there was a lot of consideration in those 2 years of what sorts of requirements might be imposed by the legislature. Are there safe harbors for certain municipalities that are doing certain things? And in the end, the legislature said no to all of that. Come up to 2008, and what the legislature did was look at a much simpler, much more streamlined approach to this consideration that does not look at mathematical formulas, does not look at what proportion a municipality must have based on population or school children or whatever measure you want to come up with. They simply said, the legislature said, that municipalities must provide their fair share of a region's need, leaving it up to the municipality to figure out what the fair share is. Right now, the regional planning commissions are working on those regional housing needs assessments, which I think for the most part will have some sort of recommended fair share allocation.
So is there any teeth behind that at all? It's just a recommendation from the regional planning commissions, or?
Well, I think they're not required to do that by law. So it is purely a recommendation. I think it would have some weight in litigation, but a developer could propose their own analysis that might be contrary to what a regional planning commission would propose.
Okay. Thank you.
So, where were we? Okay, so room for change. there's opportunity here, and the zoning atlas provides a lot of the capacity to analyze what we might seek to do. One thing is, we don't need to flood our communities with new housing, but there is opportunity for modest increases in housing construction that would be facilitated by modest changes to the regulatory structure, in particular zoning. I think we acknowledge that zoning barriers in particular impede economic growth statewide because the limitations on housing means that people can't move to New Hampshire to take jobs. Ask any employer. I was talking this morning with Steve Annan, who's the president of the New Hampshire Hospital Association, and he said every hospital is desperate for workers. I think it's Dartmouth Health has 1,000 openings, 1,000 openings that they can't fill. And part of the reason is there's not enough housing. Even though places like Lebanon are really doing a good job in permitting new housing construction. More needs to be done, not just by the Lebanons of the world, but by the other communities around them too. So the zoning atlas data shows that there's a lot that can be done in our communities to make them more welcoming to housing. And that's the bottom line. And you, the legislature, have the power to help that along.
So with that, we have a little bit of a demonstration for you. With two things to show you. The first is the atlas itself. So if you give me one moment, actually just go directly to the link. So I'm going to reload this as it. One moment, the internet seems to have failed us again.
It's fantastic, as agnostic as the tool is.
Okay. So the atlas itself will be available for the public. And we're just going to show you what it looks like. So when they first appear, there's a pop-up box that gives them some basic instructions about how to use the atlas, which I'm not going to go through because I'm going to explain that verbally. So the initial view is of the entire state, and it's color-coded by the type of use. So you have primarily residential, as Jason had mentioned, which is colored in orange. You have mixed with residential, so some residential can be built, but perhaps it's commercial and also industrial or something like that. And then you have non-residential, which is purple. Those would be conservation and commercial and industrial. And then, of course, you have the gray area, which is sort of permanent conservation or wetlands or water bodies. So what can be done with this? Let me see if I can. So you see on the top, on the left, you can toggle for 1 family, 2 family, 3 family, 4 family, or 5 family. So, for example, at the state level, without getting into districts or jurisdictions, we can toggle 5 family, and you can suddenly see now that the orange areas are a very small percentage of the state where 5 family are permitted. Also, down at the bottom, you can toggle for multifamily that's age restricted, and you'll see that there's some communities in New Hampshire that do allow multifamilies, but they're restricted to elderly. And for some reason, it's not showing up here, but the very bottom is workforce housing multifamily, and you'll see that there is one area here in the Hancock area that allows multifamily, but only if it's workforce housing. So maybe I should zoom out here. That will do it. Thank you, Jason. Got it. Thank you. Yes. We've just learned how to use this week, so thank you. There you go. So also what we can do, so let me just refresh here. You can toggle that off. Okay, you can look for lot size. So if we were to put in, for example, small lots, so let's say 0 to 1 acre, and apply that, we can see again how very few areas of the state permit small lot single family homes. And just to play with this a little bit, let's see how much requires a minimum of 5 acres for a single family home. So let's just say 5 to 100. So you have to have a minimum of 5. And there's actually some areas of the state that say that you need 5 acres in order to build a single family home. And let's just play with this a little bit and say 20 acres for a single family home, just for fun here. Hold on. I can't imagine there might be any areas of the state that do that. Let's take a peek. And lo and behold, there are some areas that require 20 acres for a single family home. Well, let's click on the district here, and I don't want to call out any communities publicly, but there you have it. Okay, so that's another use of this map that is available. Now, we could also go to individual jurisdictions and districts and see what the attributes are. So you can do that in a number of ways. You can do it by clicking on the map, or you can actually use the search function up here. So let's take, for example, just Groton, New Hampshire. Let's see. And so it takes us to that district. We can move this box a little bit out of the way, and we can click on Groton and get its. Oops. There we go. So now you begin to see the attributes of the jurisdiction. So Groton, we see 53% is primarily residential, 15% mixed use. There's a 32% non-buildable area. It gives you the percentage of the jurisdiction where housing is permitted of different types. So 68% for one family, 68% for two family. And it looks from this that 3, 4, and 5 family are not permitted. You want me to put hooks in? Okay. Okay. All right. So let's do this here. Type in hook set because I can't just locate it on the map. Okay. Let's see. So here we have hook set. Let me get rid of the search here. Oh. 1 second. I'm still learning how to use this. Why is this not showing up, Jason? I might want to get rid of the. Let me do that one more time. Okay. So when I click that off, it. Hang on. Let me reload this. Hold on. No, you're not. You're not. I should know how to do this. Let me just start from the beginning here. We can do this.
Street specific or just to town?
Okay, here we go. All right, so now we can see the. What am I doing wrong here, Jason?
Then you got to click on the map itself.
Okay, here we go. All right, so we can see now the features of Hooksett. Let's see, 34% primarily residential, 26% mixed use, 11% commercial / industrial. There's 30% which is not buildable. And then we can go into some further detail, and we can see that single family is allowed, 2 family is allowed / conditional.
Let's go into the district.
Oh, okay, we're in the district. Okay, all right, so.
Go back there, and then you can scroll down the slide.
There we go.
There you
There you go. Thank you. So one family is 59% is allowed, and 2 family or duplexes is allowed in 21%. 3, 4, and 5 family are allowed in 20%. Now you can go. That's jurisdiction information, but you can also go to individual. Yeah.
So obviously, it does allow large multi-family development. Sorry?
I was talking to you.
We had a conversation at lunch. I got to give Representative Walsh some credit.
Sorry, I just.
That's okay. So, and then if you click on an individual district within the jurisdiction, for example, we're in a Hooksett district labeled medium density residential. We can see particular details of that district. And that includes the housing treatment, but also if you scroll down, all of the attributes that Jason had mentioned earlier. For example, in this district, the minimum lot for a single family is 1.13 acres. And then there's nuances of ideal conditions and less than ideal conditions. Do you want to explain what those are?
Sure. So in some districts, the minimum lot size and minimum frontage and maximum density for multifamily will vary depending on whether the lot has access to water and sewer, or if it doesn't, depending on the soil conditions. And so what we've done is the minimum lot size that we've been using in these maps is sort of the average over all those conditions. But we also show in there what the minimum lot size would be under ideal conditions, say hooked up to water and sewer, and under worse conditions, so not hooked up to water and sewer and bad soils.
So all of those different attributes, including the maximum lot coverage, the maximum height, and so on, and all of those attributes are included in this information in the district. So those are, this is information you can access at the district level, but you can again zoom out and get information about the jurisdiction or even the state. So the Atlas is hopefully going to be a great resource for people to use to get information about their own communities, their own district, but also for the state as a whole. So the last thing I want to show you, and I apologize that we fumbled with this a little bit. It's very fresh. We'll get better at it over the next month. The last thing I'd like to show you is the story map. So the public is going to be introduced to the Atlas, that interactive Atlas, in a way that's accessible for them. So they will arrive at a web page on the St. Anselm College Center for Ethics website. That'll be an introduction to the New Hampshire Zoning Atlas. And once there, they'll be given some basic information about the Atlas and then prompted to access the story map, which is loading. One moment. And the story map is going to introduce them to what the Atlas is, how to use the Atlas, and some of those static maps that we've shown you in the findings. And for some reason, it's taking a moment to load up. Could it? Oh, there. Here we go. Okay. So this story map here, I'll just give you a brief review of it. It has a welcome and an introduction to what the Atlas is, gives a little bit of a background on it, talks a little bit about the methodology of how the Atlas was developed, then presents some of the statewide findings that we shared with you earlier about single-family housing, five-family, small lot, single-family. We're going to be adding some photos to this over the next week or two. The ADUs that we've shown you. Then there's some additional findings, which if people want, they can go into by toggling to the right. So there's more information about small lot 2-family, small lot 3-family, 4-family, and 5-family. In addition, there's some information about parking requirements for 5-family units. And then there's that build-out analysis, if you will, for Manchester and the surrounding communities that we discussed with you, including single-family potential in those communities and small lot single-family potential. And then it'll introduce them to the interactive Atlas, as well as conclusions and next steps. So when they arrive at the that landing page for the Atlas, they'll be able to welcome to access the story map and get the understanding of the Atlas there, or they can click directly on the Atlas if they feel comfortable already and interact with it. There'll be additional resources there. Jason has written a methodology paper that explains in great detail how this Atlas was generated for those who really want to get into the weeds. There'll be some links to our national partners. The full data set in CSV file will be available for researchers to download. In the end, we hope that this tool is available and made use of by by everyone in New Hampshire, by members of the public, by researchers trying to understand how zoning impacts our communities, by policymakers who are trying to understand what we can do at the community or at the state level to adjust our zoning to make it more welcoming in our communities for housing, and advocates. And in the end, we'd like to have a healthy discourse about what's happening in our state around zoning. So thank you for having us today.
Well, I want to thank you for all the three of you and then the rest of you for coming up with this. I think this contribution to New Hampshire is incredible. Makes me proud to be a St. A's Hawk, to have this kind of research coming out of St. A's. Really proud. So thank you. And I'm looking forward to looking at Goffstown specific. But what are the questions that we have? I'll start with Representative Walsh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And that was May 9th. You said it's available to everybody?
Yes.
Okay. And I've got a question that's probably not related to this, so I'll wait till the end.
Representative Damon? Just top of
I'm Representative Hope Damon, Sullivan County District 8. So I have Claremont and Sunapee. They're like very, very different, and 7 other towns. So my question to any of you is, could you note, say, the top 3 things you think legislature should be addressing to move us towards that modest increase in housing production? Just a little question.
Let Ben handle it. Great question.
I think I'll be very general in giving you the top 3 because there's so much that could be done. I think affecting process at the local level is an important measure the legislature can work on. That is, making it easier more streamlined, fewer barriers for someone to get through an application process. Now, some of this was done by the legislature last year in House Bill 1661. That was a compromise omnibus bill that had added to it what was called the Community Toolbox Bill, which had been Senate Bill 400, and it took a lot of the provisions there. And there are some measures in the legislature right now in this session that I think are worthy of your attention. One is the Housing Champion Designation Program, which is a Senate bill. It's passed the Senate and has then been tabled for the Senate to add to the budget. That was something that was part of the Community Toolbox Bill that was frankly left on the cutting room floor of House Bill 1661. But it's a really good idea. It's a voluntary program for municipalities to opt into that would indicate that they are the doors are open in the community. And so that's basically 2 different sorts of things. I think the legislature should look at the sorts of things that I characterized as mandates. You have already done this with the workforce housing law and with the accessory dwelling unit law, and so you have done this before. I think you should entertain additional possibilities for requirements of municipalities, and part of that might be process. Part of that might be numerical standards. Dealing with thresholds of jurisdiction for site plan review, or how municipalities regulate multi-unit developments. And then finally, probably beyond 3 now. There's funding. So I work for New Hampshire Housing. We administer on the state's behalf the Affordable Housing Fund. They're in the current budget before the House, actually going to the floor of the House next week. There is a $15 million appropriation to the Affordable Housing Fund, a $15 million appropriation to Invest in H. There are other things that didn't make it through House Finance that are nonetheless worthy, and I think Division 1 acknowledged that these were things that were worthy, but House Finance Committee they had certain numbers that they had to meet, and Division 3 was consuming a lot of that. And I think that this will come out, of course, in negotiations between you and the Senate. So those are things that you could do this year and next. And there are probably a lot of other things too.
Thank you, Ben. Thank you. Representative, oh. Jason?
Thank thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have two recommendations to add to that list. I was interested to read the Mercatus paper this morning about ADUs, and I do have some findings about that, about how much of our land area is available for, we could call it California-style ADUs. So these would be districts where attached ADUs are allowed by right without a special permit public hearing process, where detached ADUs are allowed in some fashion, where no more than one parking space is required for an attached ADU, and where there's no owner occupancy requirement, and where the attached ADU may be larger than the state minimum of 750 square feet, and or state cap on how, or minimum on the cap of municipal regulation. And I found that only 11% of the state land area was available for ADUs meeting all those features. So that seems like an area where the state statute could be amended to encourage further ADU development. And then we also don't have in the zoning atlas, because these data are already available, a catalog of town-wide provisions. The state OPD already has this through their municipal survey. But the state does authorize municipalities to have just a hard cap on building permits, and even just have a complete moratorium on building permits for 1 year. And some communities do have just a hard cap on how many housing building permits can be issued in a year, which seems like the most stringent possible regulation that you can have.
Okay, Representative Keller.
Thank you. So I understand that this atlas is kind of part of a larger atlas plan and nationwide atlas plan, and I'm wondering if all of the data points that you collected are the same data points that the other atlases are collecting, and if you did not collect some that others are collecting, and why, and so that we can compare against each other. And then also, is this project kind of a one-off, or is there a hope of renewing this data, or let's say hypothetically I was interested in every time that my municipality changed its zoning to ping you and be like, hey, now you want to update mine, is that a feature that's going to be live on the website? Or how would someone go about giving you that information if you're the ones going to be managing it long term?
So excellent question. I can't speak for the National Zoning Atlas team, but I think what you said is exactly what they're thinking, envisioning that by having an atlas like this at every state, researchers and policymakers will be able to compare states and regulations to help understand what kind of zoning and land ordinances work and help communities flourish, and which ones are perhaps more damaging and destructive. So there may be other purposes to that national atlas, but that's one thing I think could be very clear. As far as the stewardship of this atlas, so the plan is for the Center for Ethics and Society, in partnership with New Hampshire Housing and the Office of Planning and Development, to maintain this atlas and refresh it year after year with a team of student interns and capable planners and people who understand land use ordinances, so that it's a constantly accurate tool for our communities to use and researchers to use to help understand zoning in New Hampshire. So yes, in answer to your question, we welcome communities and people who see any changes in their zoning or maybe errors in our current data to reach out to us. We'll have an email address that's promulgated to send us those corrections. We'll have our researchers double check to make sure that it's accurate, and then we'll make those changes. So yes, actually we're going to be very open to those kinds of changes and improvements. So.
Follow up.
Since it's going to be an ever changing data set, I guess my question is, you also are allowing the download of the data set. So are you also going to be like doing like snapshot kind of downloads of data sets so that you can compare year over year, or, all of the, or, decade over decade, and what policies may have been successful or not?
Right, and thank you, Representative. That's correct. We what we want to do is have waves of the atlas so that we can compare communities at the same time slice. That's important for researchers, and it's important to give an accurate picture when we're comparing communities to each other, so that we know, okay, this change happened then, and then we can observe perhaps what the effects of that change are on, say, housing production and affordability. As far as the fields that we have, I think we'd like to think that we've raised the bar with our atlas, because we have added new fields, things that are relevant to New Hampshire. We have everything that the other atlases have, and then some. We've added manufactured housing, minimum frontages, a number of other things. So we hope that this kind of raises the standard for atlases that come after.
I took a research method class at St. Anselm College, and I can't imagine, like, this would be so cool to look at, like, longitudinal over a certain number of years. I have a question about how the New Hampshire zoning laws compare to other states, and have you had an opportunity to look at maybe a community the size of Goffstown, but in like somewhere in the Midwest or somewhere on the West Coast, and how are those zoning ordinances different? That's, I mean, there's so much to look at, right?
I know much more about New Hampshire than other states, but I have looked a little bit at some of these other places through the Connecticut Atlas, and I've followed some of the state level reforms that have happened in California. Zoning is so different state to state. The terms are different. The ways that they regulate housing production are pretty different. There are some constants. Minimum lot size is something that almost every jurisdiction regulates. Even Houston actually technically regulates minimum lot size, even though they don't have zoning. Looking at different treatments for the number of units in a structure, that is something that is fairly constant. I will say that in more urban states, you often have zoning provisions that are specific to areas with transit. So we don't have that in New Hampshire. But in Connecticut, that's important, and in New York, I'm sure it is as well. In general, the studies that I've seen do show that New Hampshire has fairly strict regulations compared to other states, especially in terms of things like lot size and maximum density restrictions. And in much of the Midwest and the South and the Mountain West, density is regulated a lot less.
I just add to this, I think there are also different layers of government in different portions of the country. So in New Hampshire and New England, frankly, county government really does not have a land use regulatory role, whereas it does in most of the rest of the country. I started as a planner in New York State working for a county planning department, and we had actual regulatory authority over, and in addition to what the municipalities had and the village districts. So I think that they're difficult to compare, and I would contrast zoning from other types of laws. So as legislators, you're familiar with the idea of uniform laws, and so there's a councils who develop uniform codes. The building code is one of them, but then on estates and divorce law and custody, covering a wide range of laws. And so there is an attempt nationally to seek uniformity in many laws. Zoning is just the opposite. It started from a uniform place in the 1920s and has radically diverged from state to state since that time. And I see no prospect of bringing them together at any time.
even within the state, there are some really unusual cases. Perhaps the most unusual zoning ordinance I found in New Hampshire was in Whitefield, where every development gets scored according to a number of points. If it has attractive features that benefit the town, that's how it's supposed to work. And if you score enough points, it's allowed by right. If you don't, it's a public hearing. And if you don't have enough for that, it's prohibited. So it's a very unusual way of regulating zoning. So there's really no template out there.
Thank you. Representative McConkey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'm not asking you to bring your screen back on here. A question, where possible, do you identify parcels on there? Because I believe you said that there was a street lookup feature. And for those towns that have GIS or the state has already done GIS, will you pull out parcels?
That's a good question. I think with the interactive atlas, you can get a street address and find out what the zoning features are there. And it's easy to connect the zoning atlas to the statewide parcel layer. We don't provide that right now as something that you can download. There would be a massive data set, but you could certainly do that. We do want to caution a little bit about the resolution of our GIS. It's not down to the foot. It's probably not even down to the 10 feet. Right? There's a little bit of ambiguity there sometimes about how these zoning boundaries are drawn. And so with any GIS layer, you're going to have a little bit of fuzziness in terms of where exactly the boundaries are. But we do expect that this will work at the parcel level, that you'll be able to find a parcel and be able to locate that to a zoning district.
Thank you.
Representative Wallace.
Thank you, and thanks for taking my question. And what is the web address we will be able to find this when it does go live?
Yeah, that's a
Thank
good
you.
question. New Hampshire, nhzoningatlas.com will direct you there. It'll be a redirect to the college website, but nhzoningatlas.com.
That'll be live on the 9th.
And that'll be live on the 9th.
And I'm sure,
We don't have any sneak preview access at this point.
You just got it.
I think we're the first people to see it. So.
We are the first. And we're still working out some of the kinks, and there's some additional things we're going to add, photos and things of that sort. But
Awesome.
this is pretty much the main tool.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair, and thank you all again. This isn't about the Atlas, but I think Mr. Frost might be able to help me. Is there some data? I know I've seen it, I just can't find it again, on percentages of increase in housing stock town by town over the last 10, 20 years possibly.
Oh, sure.
Can
Yeah.
you tell me where to get it or provide it to us somehow?
Probably easier for me to provide you with a couple of different sources. One is the building permit data that is compiled by the Office of Planning and Development.
Okay,
And then
OPD.
there's housing stock, because building permits don't necessarily translate to things that get built.
Right.
Because, not every building permit results in construction, but it's a good proxy. And then there's also the American Community Survey, which has actual housing stock data, which can be taken down to the municipal level. We can get that for you.
Thank you very much.
Representative Reed.
Thank you. And I had some logistical questions. I think you've mostly answered it in terms of zooming in and providing the link to us. I just wanted to make sure that can you send the committee your presentation for today, the slides? And would be very grateful for that. And then I had a little bit of a disingenuous question. Did I hear a few minutes ago you say that towns are enabled to put a moratorium on development, unlike, for example, not being enabled to maybe put a moratorium on rent hikes?
That is correct, Representative.
Within limits, so there is a statute, and this is in RSA 674, I believe it's RSA 674-23, dealing with growth management ordinances. And in fact, that statute used to, or may have been 23A, it used to call it moratorium. That was changed, I think, in 2008 in a recodification of those statutes. And the recodification attempted to embody the conclusions of various decisions of the New Hampshire Supreme Court regarding growth management. And I think what you have now in statute is an accurate representation of what the law is as understood by the Supreme Court, because there have been no growth management cases litigated in New Hampshire since that time. So yes, but there are very tight constraints on municipal authority to impose moratoria.
All right. Well, thank you very much. I sincerely appreciate you coming.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so moving forward, I was hoping to have a meeting on the 14th, but Representative Gibbs informed me that the House Democrats will be having a full-day caucus. Is that correct? Okay, so I will move forward. I'm hoping to do maybe the 21st. Is there any objection to that Friday, the 21st? From what I hear right here. Okay, so Representative Reed, I need you to resend. I need you to re-coordinate the people that you would be having present.
But I actually cannot come.
All right.
I will try to get
Okay. Okay, that sounds great. So I'm hoping to have at least an hour conversation about possible solutions that we've come up with so far, and then any other stakeholders you'd like to bring in, and then we'll move forward from there if that works. So save the 21st in your calendar, and I'll be in touch soon. Thanks, everyone.